Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. Testing. Hoi hoi!
Mike,
Hello everyone! We're not recording! Woo!
Genius. Absolutely.
I mean, we're
Absolutely
streaming, so
insane.
people can't hear us if they're checking in the stream, but this is just testing setup stuff.
That's crazy.
Also,
Man, like all
most
that-
streaming websites save the VODs by default. At least I would hope.
Man, all my humor just like left my
I
body
mean-
in one fell swoop. Insane.
All three humors.
All three humori.
How many of those you got?
Oh, I got a lot. Need
That's
one?
crazy. Nah.
How many does it take to fill up a quotes chat?
I don't know.
17.
You'd know that personally, Kevin.
No, not me. Different person, clearly.
Engineers pack.
Kevin
works.
is only funny bones. Every bone of his is a funny bone. He just doesn't like it.
This is lies and slander. There are actually funny people in here. Don't start that. Come on now.
I don't know what you're talking about. Not a single person in this fucking chat is funny.
Nathaniel's Titan's the funniest man in the world. If fucking muscle memory sucks.
I think you're lying. I think you're lying to both of us right now.
That's all I do is lie. All I do is eat hot chip and lie. That's why I have long hair.
I fully believe that you eat hot chip, but I don't believe that you lie. I think you're lying about lying.
How?
That's actually hilarious. That's so funny.
Yeah?
Thank you. Thank you, Titan. I appreciate it.
We try
I'm
our
gonna
best
go.
here.
Die the first 3 minutes, I swear.
So Roll20's got a library of resources which allows you to just slide things over rather than copy it yourself. And if you look up a pack, it lets you slide the pack over, but it doesn't have any of the contents. It's just a name in the pack.
Hmm.
Dude, what a wonderful website.
What a website.
Everything about it, like, raises constant eyebrows.
Ooh, we're live! Let's go!
Whoa.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely insane. Appalled, even.
Hello, many people on the internet. How's it going?
Should definitely keep that muted. Don't want a feedback loop.
No, it just probably sounds amazing on their end.
But yeah. Hello everybody's.
Oh. Woke up at fucking 7 for this. Well, I guess 8 for you guys. I love time zones. What a wondrous and interesting concept. The sun
Hey,
being at different
you can't-
positions.
You can't pin morning on us, alright? You woke up for the dog.
I'm gonna pin morning on you guys.
Oh no, he's pinning me.
Already, huh?
We didn't
This
didn't
fast?
even make it like a minute. I was just gonna make a joke about like mourning and sobbing. I was sad, and then in comes Nathaniel, or sorry, Titan, full force.
The sun
I'm s-
also makes me mad. It's okay.
I'm sorry, but
okay.
depression makes me feel a certain kind of way.
Yeah, depressed. It's in the name. Kind of the core tenet there, brother.
Part of me wishes I was recording.
Why would you want this? This is awful material.
Because this is just us. This is just how it goes, you know? If they enjoy it, yay. If they don't, who cares?
I have a question, dear DM.
Yeah.
Fighting style. You adopt a particular style of fighting as your specialty. Choose one of the following options.
I think
Does
it's
not
just
have
your
any
fucking-
options.
I
think
forgot
that's
to
the
put the
specialist.
options in. Any
I
of the pre-existing fighting styles are acceptable with the exception of like UA stuff. So you just have any
Gotcha.
choices.
I'm just taking the archery one.
Time to change the one UA stuff I have.
I'll have to put those in. No unearthed arcana.
Kevin out here immediately picking
But
Unearthed Arcana.
Mariner is so nice. You get +1 AC and have a climbing and swim speed if you're not wearing heavy armor or a shield.
Yeah, but like no, he's a bear, okay? He's a
Won't fit the
bear.
character.
Well, I have some ranger things that could give you swimming and climbing speeds.
Yeah, but like, I could just get another one. It's okay.
Kevin, my thing. What should I
Hmm?
pick
What do you mean?
Fighting style.
for the fighting style?
Archery.
Archer, Snarcher?
Snorcher.
That would be
Yes,
so
clearly
funny if
your
everyone just plays
character.
archer. We're just like, oh, yeah, just.
I absolutely played around the fact that everyone else will be playing Archer. Don't worry. I thought ahead.
I thought it would be
Listen,
really funny though.
I can do melee.
I will do my absolute best
go
to try
back to-
melee, brother.
Don't.
What do you
Pro
mean
tip,
don't?
don't.
So
What do you
yeah,
mean don't?
that is one thing I changed a lot. I should probably record this, but I'll repeat it later. It's fine. Is I intentionally tried to write things so where it wasn't limited to archery.
Hmm.
There are some talents where I'm like, I kind of can't get around this. You
Hmm.
kind of need a projectile weapon. But for a lot of things, such as like elemental ranger, it's no longer just like an arcane archer kind of thing where you're forced to be an archer. It's now
Oh, yeah.
any weapon,
Hmm.
which is great, I think.
Yeah.
Yee.
It's some nice inclusivity that that Wizards has not thought about. We'll put it that way.
Dude, I love how Homebrew proceeds to make wizards look bad at every turn.
I
Every
mean,
turn.
that's kind of their job, really.
Is it looking bad or Homebrew
I
being
mean-
better?
Yes.
Well, to give Wizards like some credit, they've made some really cool things.
I will give Wizards credit whenever they don't send the Pinkertons on somebody for giving them cards that they accidentally shipped. I don't think we can forget that.
I'm just saying they have made some cool things. With that said, I'm with you. They've also made a bunch of dumb stuff like Ranger. The 2024 Ranger was really dumb.
Yeah, like
And I had to-
Ranger and
I
Monk.
loved better paladins that one time. They were like, you know what? Maybe paladin isn't strong enough. Maybe we need more paladin. Maybe more paladin.
Hey, don't worry, Sovi. Soon, every paladin can have a horse.
that
It's
is
just
the
baked
thing I
in.
hate the most of what they did with Paladin is just
Yeah. Good
You guys
old
love
paladins.
paladin? Do you all want to play paladin? Do you want an entire party compromised to paladin that can cover every angle? Well, here you go.
I think we should finish Ranger first.
We're criticizing paladin. We're
I'm
criticizing.
criticizing you.
Hey,
Man, that's
Fine.
too bad
But-
because I've only have based takes.
I will
Absolutely
say-
based and red pill takes.
I did actually use the 2024 Ranger as inspiration for one of the subclasses.
Oh.
So, I always thought the whole, like,
Clearly a turret, right? Yeah? I was...
mm,
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, throwing down turrets, that's it, that's the one.
Yeah. Oh.
I
Dude,
should
I
probably,
knew
I'll
that-
save this for the actual streaming part, I guess.
I knew that the only thing Ranger needed was artillerist.
That was
Felt
just
it
really
deep in my bones.
fun.
Just give every class a artificer subclass.
You
That-
can't
Oh, you
give
know
me
what I
fighter
actually
with
should have
armor.
done?
would-
I should have made some
It
form
would
of
go.
herbalism or like potion making class.
Mmm.
That would
That
have
might step
actually
on-
been good for Ranger.
That might step on Druid's toes, though. That could be like a Druid subclass.
Oh, Druid is so removed from nature at this point that it's
At this
like
point, Druid is
repulsive.
just cleric with grass that can turn into a dog.
You know there is a thing called nature clerics? Like,
Yeah.
that was actually a thing they wrote in 2014, but no one plays them because everyone just
Yeah.
plays life cleric. But anyhow,
I didn't know there was a nature cleric. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
yeah, there's
That's
a nature
insane.
cleric.
Oh,
Dude, imagine forgetting that you just imagine
Titan,
recreating Druid.
I played one time,
Well-
and their specific abilities were completely worthless for what we were doing. So it just felt like I was playing a cleric.
Which game was that?
The one where you were eating people and reviving them. It was a one-shot that Sove ran, and you were raising the people that we have killed for an undead army.
So, yeah, the primary difference between nature clerics and druids are nature clerics worships the gods of nature, and they're very like hippie-esque, if that makes sense. As for druids themselves, they don't worship the gods of nature, they actually essentially live among nature itself and want to protect it and
Oh
everything.
man, sounds like pot-smoking communist to me.
They live among like the tears of the elemental planes and everything that bleeds into the worlds and whatnot, and they actually tend and protect the world a bit.
I think I read that in the manifesto.
And then nature clerics, they're just kind of just like, yay, nature! We worship the gods of nature and everything. But like also, yeah, that's kind of it. We don't necessarily care about nature itself, just the gods of them. But nature's great. I feel like
more focused towns.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Anyhow.
Oh, yeah, Kevin, would you believe this man didn't roll up his ranger until today?
That's partially on me. I couldn't make up my dumb mind, so Titan had to wait a minute.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I think we should start the recording at 11:30.
That's fair.
Should wait for Fox to get here.
Fox and
kick
Wiss,
the
right?
Shit out of Fox. Wiss is here.
Oh. Are they in the
King
server?
that motherfucker.
Oh, hello, I didn't hear you join. My bad, Wiss.
Oh,
Welcome.
yeah, when you open up OBS, Discord automatically turns on streaming mode, which turns off notification sounds.
I see.
Hilarious.
Welcome, Wiss.
Yes. Hello. I didn't want to say anything because you were talking.
I hope he does not just barge in here and start complaining and making excuses in the middle of a recording.
That's probably gonna happen.
That's my job.
Like
I
real
know,
drunk
but I just
uncle
hope
scenario.
it doesn't. But anyhow,
Okay.
everyone got their character set up, everyone ready there?
Yes.
I'm almost done.
I
Oh,
need a sheet, by the way.
Oh, you're making it on Roll20. Apologies. That's right.
Yeah. I actually have my character made, but it's in a different server, and if I try to switch it, it's gonna kick me out of this one.
That is fair. Let me see if I can get you a sheet.
If you be able to create a sheet and then just assign it to me.
Yeah. Character, wait, that's not it. Is it character?
Damn.
Just making it, how do I assign it to you?
It should be on the editing screen, like can be viewed by or can be edited by. It's not a drop down. You have to
I
actually.
see.
Like,
There you are.
it.
Yep.
Yeah.
With your Grimoire Authority, or however you say it.
Oh.
There you
Nothing
go.
Perfect name.
You should, yeah. Grimoire.
Never change it.
Grimoire
I'm
Dorio.
I'm not seeing anything. Check to make sure I can view it as well.
Not over. Edit.
I am
Controlled
feeling
by, yeah, let's edit. Where's view? Is
more and more out of fucking place the more people that join this. Oh fuck! I can't wait to hear Nathaniel and
Wiss.
fucking.
There we go.
uh,
Save changes. How about now?
Good.
Okay. Jimmy the Squib. Welcome.
All right. Just to confirm, we're starting at 3, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Wow, we're starting at 3 p.m. I better go.
Dude, I'm gonna go.
No,
3
it's
a.m.
a.m. You're actually late.
God damn it!
take a nap.
Funny
Nap
enough, I
time.
would have been on time.
Dude, that's insane. Kevin being on
Yeah.
time for once.
I was on time today.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're
Ah,
lying.
yeah,
Yeah, that's fair.
that's what I need.
Cool.
I did roll my character sheet, like roll my stats, and they were pretty bad.
Nice. Oh, I
Seems to be
suppose
the
I should
running
give you guys
trend.
a little overview view of the game plan. Naturally, we're not playing right away, so if you guys do still need to make stuff, that's totally fine. We're going to go over the entire thing of Ranger that I wrote, show that off to everybody, and then we'll probably do a play testing.
That's fair.
So
Oh yeah.
feel free to discuss and talk about that stuff, and we'll answer questions and whatever about the Ranger thing. Oh, also, I do have to leave at 4 regardless of what's going on, but yeah.
Fair enough.
Thumbs up.
So, we might not be able to get through everything, but you know, that's a thing.
We could always do a sequel.
The squeakle.
We're doing a sequel. We're back by popular demand. Alright. Elemental Strike. Starting at 3rd level, you could spend 1 focus point to deal 1d8 elemental damage. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah.
made my
Should I
fucking character on
specify that
Steam.
should be once per attack? Because technically there's nothing on there that says you can't spend a bunch of focus points on one single attack.
It specifies that it's to one of your attacks. It doesn't say that you can't
Okay.
spend it.
That's what I'm wondering. I should probably specify that, like, hey, it's kind of like Smite. You don't get to just multiple all on one attack.
Be hilarious if you did.
Just give fucking Rangers Smite.
It would be, I mean, I kinda did with that one, but also it would be way too broken.
So yeah, Paladins. Well, I gotta stop making fun of that class. What an amazing class.
Do it.
The thing I hate the most is Horse.
Horse.
Because I feel that
It
has to
ties
be
the
a
class
player
together.
choice. You don't just go to some people and they say, hey, you know your character? They now have a horse. You have to play around it.
Peter.
Tech this horse.
There's so many good
The
bits
horse
with
is here.
that though, and trying to fucking back up a horse into a fucking tavern, just like full-sized, like adult horse.
But don't worry, it's a magic horse. So if
It's
it
a magic
dies, you
horse?
can bring it back.
That's wonderful. Thanks, Wizards of the Coast. Very cool.
Ugh.
Yep.
Why is someone posting?
Why are
toilet?
all paladins like that, though?
Hmm.
It's the poster child class.
I
All that
mean,
barbarian fighter and
that does make every paladin a companion class now.
And I dislike that. What if you literally wanted to play, you know, some paladin that's like, I don't know, maybe a worshipper of Asmodeus or something?
too
Just
bad I
have
won't
like
see
a cute
paladins.
snake.
A
you know?
paladin who fucking hates horses. His pact is to kill horses.
Yeah,
Is
what
to
about that?
Kill horses.
I mean, technically
Like-
Find Seed can give you a goat or other things, but, you know, you can pick a
Honestly, I would
camel.
just play it off as like a better find familiar at that point. Of
Dude,
like,
a goblin
this,
paladin that rides a
I guess.
goat would be a great character. That's the only redeeming quality to this.
I mean, there is such a thing as a giant goat, so it
Dude,
would work.
great. Wondrous.
Dire goat, my favorite.
Dire goat. You know, this is a dire situation. You know what that calls for? A dire goat.
I don't know. I guess we have a couple minutes. I should make you guys one more thing.
I have no clue how to use Roll20. And I'm just gonna fucking use my sheets.
It's just like Dice Maiden.
There we go. Oh, I meant like, because Titan was able to roll a longbow just all on Roll20, but I'll have to fucking put in the manual input myself. Which isn't a problem, but like, it'd be funnier.
That's because he's insane.
He is
He's
insane.
a crazy man.
It's pretty easy,
No, it's black
Yeah.
magic actually.
but I'm not black enough.
I don't know. We can't. I don't know if we can do that.
Oh, now you get cold feet.
No, it's just well.
What happened to the
uphold
pregame,
rules,
Sobe? Come on now.
Whenever
If
I try
those
to
grippers are
uphold the
chilly,
rules-
I can help.
Whenever I try to uphold the rules that you're trying to enforce, Kevin, suddenly I get you at my throat with just teeth bared, brother. Come on.
That's all I
brother.
do.
Come on, broski. Brochacho, brosif.
I think I prefer Brochacho out of those options.
You don't get brochacho. You're not cool enough for brochacho now.
Incorrect.
You can't pick brochacho after hearing it.
It's just been done.
Brochacho's got to pick you, home dog.
Nah.
Just nah.
Nah.
Fuck you mean nah. Yo. Matthew Mercer?
Huh?
Gunslinger.
Oh.
Uh,
Huh?
Oh.
Huh.
Nerd.
Nerd. Oh fuck! Now I can only think of that one clip of the two nerds having an argument.
Porn. That's crazy.
okay, what are you trying to do?
Crazy.
What do you mean?
What are
I
you
was
trying to
crazy
do?
once.
Who?
You.
Nothing. Literally nothing.
He's just
Yeah.
inserting random gibberish to break roll
I'm
20.
sorry
It's
to
fair.
break kayfabe, but I don't. There's the mice that run in little cog wheels in my brain have left for the morning. So like, I gotta slog through it today.
You can't break kayfabe. That's like the one rules of kayfabe.
Hey man, you know, I'm over here spouting about Fight Club. I can't help it.
What would Savage think, Kevin?
They'd be very disappointed in me.
What would your
Wow.
personal hero Hulk Hogan think of you right now, Kevin?
Yeah, we'll go with that one. Yeah, we'll call that. Yeah.
That was a great reaction. That was very visceral.
Do you not know about?
Dude, I know about Hulk Hogan.
Oh,
Yeah,
are you sure? What do you know?
Okay. It is time.
I know that he made Idiocracy a real thing.
And now we could be talking about anyone.
We could be
You guys
talking about
ready to start?
I'm ready.
I suppose I still have to finish making my sheet.
As I said, we're going to be discussing things for probably a first hour or two before we even
Oh.
jump into stuff. So you can make stuff as we talk about things.
Well, then I apologize in advance for the clicky clacky keyboard.
You're fine.
I apologize in action of my clicky clacky keyboard.
Apologies.
My apologies.
Apologies denied. Anyhow, anything
Jeez,
last
Gromit.
before we gotta start? Cool.
Kill,
Waka baby bobo.
I think we're good.
Starting
Bobo
in 5,
Wallaby.
4, 3, 2. You're not able to. You will will not be able to reconnect to your stream and stop. You will no longer. What? Oh. Start recording. Hoi hoi! Welcome everybody! This is... I don't know what this is. This is Silver Moon? Hello? These are others. Say hello. Introduce
Howdy.
yourselves.
Hello.
This is a terrible intro.
This is the
This is
first
perfect.
intro
This is
ever,
exactly
and
what I wanted.
it's already going to
Welcome.
shit. Wonderful.
Plan for the day, is new Ranger. So, 2024 Ranger, to be kind, I dislike it. I ended up going through the, rewriting the entire thing, making my own custom class and everything for Ranger, and we have a lot of new and exciting changes for it. Here we're going to discuss it and then hopefully play test it to see if we can fix things and balance it out and get it ready for everyone. You are free to use any of this material. Go ahead and play test in your own games. If you also don't like anything, just change it for yourself. This is made for fun. Anyhow, let us get started, I suppose.
Sorry, I breathed.
I do have a quick question regarding that. So, just to be sure what you're saying, we start out with 2 focus talents at first level, and then at 6th, 10th, 14th, and 18th, we gain another 2 each time? Or would you only gain 1 each time? Okay. Okay, so it's 2 more, and then the specialist can get additional on top of that, correct? Oh.
Everything. Jack of all trades, master of none, and all that. I'm liking
I
it
was
so
enjoying
far.
it so far. Yeah, I think it was a pretty good like addition to what Rangers were lacking in the base game. Because their aesthetic was just like the worst of both fighter and druid.
And it's concentration.
Speaking of which, look what's next. The next one on the list.
Dakota, I joined the stream. I can't hear you on it. It is possible. I'm so sorry. One second.
Testing. I see.
Ghost mine.
I'm so sorry. I should have checked earlier.
Testing, testing. People, you can hear me again. Apologies for that. So, it turns out when you change from scene to scene, in scene 1, you know, with the lovely picture of my loading, waiting for you guys thing, you guys could hear me. So, when I check the stream and I'm like, hey, you guys can hear me, this is fine. I then move over to the scene where we're actually talking about Ranger, and it turns out I didn't have my headset mic set there, so, you guys couldn't hear me, because it was only on one scene and not the other. So, apologies. I hope you enjoyed raiding. I was explaining everything, but you couldn't hear it. So, back from the top, I guess?
For the video upload version, we should probably just re-record all of the audio here.
That is... So, continue where we left off, or...
I'd say continue where we left off so that we can get to the test, and then we can re-record the audio for the video version. Because everyone here did hear all of that.
That is fair. Apologies, stream people. We'll have to do that again. You can check out the stream itself, though, and read through everything. I mean, I'm just kind of reading this off. If you're just listening to this, you can see everything and read it yourself. There's some explanatory things where I said I'm using the parentheses stuff, so I'll just quickly run by a couple of things. For example, the focus talent stuff, we are going to use the +2 thing. We're going to try that out, see if we want to. Some of the parentheses stuff are things we want to... I don't know if I want to implement or not. Do it for your game. If you like it, yay. If you don't, oh well, these are subject to change. For example, yeah, never mind. You know, you get it. Jumping off, we're doing Beastmaster. You couldn't hear anything. Most of it's Tasha. Shout out to Tasha. We're using the Tasha stat things for their land, earth, and sea, but we also changed little things, some things in the future. Jumping back where we left off, where was that? Just to make sure, we can hear me now, right, on the stream?
Yes, we can hear you on the stream now.
Cool, cool. Yay! Again, apologies for that. But anyhow, back into the fun. So, you got your land, earth, and sea and everything. So that's all the same. You just pick land, you pick, sorry, not earth. Land, sea, or air. And then, after you pick one of those and you can change that, you use your focus points instead to bring them back, whatever. You get bondage strikes. So bondage strikes, starting at 7th level, both you and your companion now do magical damage. I remember watching somebody play Ranger, and it was just really funny because their bear could do magical damage and hurt stuff, but they couldn't. And it made no sense why they couldn't do damage to this creature and their bear could. But anyhow, you guys now both get your attacks count as magical for overcoming resistances. Well, actually, they're just magical now. They don't even count for overcoming resistances. They just are magical, which overcomes the resistance. Yay! In addition with that, you can now use your focus talents for your companions for ones that apply. So, particular focus talents, such as the one you start with, Focus Strike, you could spend a focus point to give your companion advantage on their attack. Woo! Primal Fury. At 11th level, when you command your companion to take the attack action, they can now make 2 attacks. Or you could do multi-attack with your creature, whatever. So, when you're picking a bear or whatever, you don't get to start with multi-attack. You use the stat block up here, but now you can kind of multi-attack with it. And then at 15th level, this is the biggest change I think I've made to this class, is at 15th level, you now get an evolution. Your Pokemon evolves. Your companion now becomes a more powerful version. How I flavored this is, if you started with a dragon wormling, you can now actually have a young dragon. Or something of the sort as your companion instead. Now note, we're not using the young dragon stat block because, again, breath weapon and whatnot. We're using these new stat blocks I've created. So now whenever you summon your companion, you can now choose one of these 6 options I've made you. Companion of Strength. So we still use Tasha's things as kind of like a core example for this, but we then improved upon it because it's a special 15th level. This is the power of your companion. And strength ones are about to be strong. They get a 20 in strength. Biggest change. They have a swim, climbing. They have a speed of climbing and swimming. Normal speed, all of it's 40. Their AC has increased, as well as their HP. Instead of being 5 times your level, it's now 5 plus 10 times your ranger level. So, minimum, it's now 155 hit points for this strength companion, which is great. Their attacks have also been improved a little bit. But for the most part, it's going to feel very similar. It is up to the DM if you want to give them additional things. For example, I don't know, maybe a breath weapon or something. That's up to you. I still wouldn't, but you know. Breath weapons are too strong. Maybe it's like a once a day thing, yes. Instead of recharge. Anyhow, enough with the ramblings. Next is Nimble Companions. These guys are nimble, they're small, they're hard to kill. They're the rogue companion. You want your little buddy zooming around? Now it's time. Now they don't get the improvement to their HP, they're still only 5 times your level, but their AC did go up. As well, they got a 20 in Dex. So they also have Uncanny Dodge. Your companion can now Uncanny Dodge as well as use Evasion. So they can be dodging, you can't hit them. They also have Sprinter. So Sprinter is a fun little thing where whenever they dash, they actually use triple the base movement instead of double. So when you're dashing, instead of going 40 feet with them, they can move 120, which is fun. Next is the Tough Companion. This is the 20 in Con, so Constitution. They get 25 hit points plus your 10 times your Ranger level. So they just have a lot more HP. They also get a D10 for their hit dice instead of 8. Increase their AC is also 17 instead of 15 like the others, plus your proficiency bonus. So just hard to kill, tough guy. But they only have a movement speed of 30 and climb of 30, so they're much slower. They get Packed Animal, so this animal can carry 1,000 additional pounds. They get Defender, so instead of attacking, your companion can now give a +2 to the AC, and make the first attack against a target at disadvantage as long as they're within 5 feet of them. So This tough companion is now about protecting you and being the stalwart, the shield of your team. Speaking of protector, they can use the reaction to take the damage of a target attack instead of you if you guys are within 5 feet each other. They will straight up sacrifice themselves for you. They love you, and they will protect you. Well, I suppose it's up to you whether they love you. Could be a hate relationship, would be kind of funny if you two are snarky at each other, trying to one-up each other. Anyhow, if you do want to attack, they get crushed 1d8, so a little bit improved damage, but not. This one's not as meant to be taken. It's meant to take damage, not deal it out. Imaginary companion. This has the 20 in intelligence. This one gets a fly speed, swim speed, climb, and movement, normal movement speed and everything, all of 30. The fun one about this one is, so it has resistance to non-magical slashing, piercing, bludgeoning, as well as it can share senses. It can hear and see, you guys can hear and see what each other's hear. So you can see what your companion sees, and it can hear what you hear, vice versa, all that fun stuff. The fun thing they get is ethereal walk. So as a command, your companion can use its action to assume a spectral form. Until the end of the turn, attack rolls are disadvantaged against it, and your companion can move through objects as if they were difficult terrain. The companion will take 1d10 force damage if they end the turn inside an object or a creature. And they'll be forced to move out of it to the nearest unoccupied location. But they can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency modifier. So you could use this multiple times. This would be great for stealth or sneaking. Just go through a wall, peek your little companion's head in, because you can see and hear what they can. You and your party also gets to know. Yay. Next is Companion of Wisdom. Companion of Wisdom. They have the same 30 in all flying, swimming, climbing, all that stuff, but they have 20 in Wisdom. Unlike the others, who all have 60 feet of dark vision, this one gets 120 feet of dark vision, as well as 10 feet of blind sense. And unlike the others, it has a passive perception of 20. It has keen wisdom. Your companion gives you advantage on perception, insight, and survival checks. So it's aiding you in your own, when you're doing your rolls, as well as itself, you could argue, but yeah. You can also hide in plain sight. Your companion can roll stealth using its wisdom modifier instead of dex. And then ever watchful. Your companion cannot be surprised while standing guard. And if it hasn't moved for an hour, it gains a +5 to perception checks as well as passive perception. When you're out at your camp and you're resting for the long night, this guy could be watching over you with a passive perception of 25. Adorable companion. Probably my favorite of the bunch. Get your fluffy little adorable companion to cuddle up with. They get adorable eyes. You guys know the whole Puss in Boot thing when they kind of looking up with the adorable eyes and people are like, "Aw, let's not attack it." Kind of get that all the time. So they're basically under the effects of Sanctuary. A creature has to make a Wisdom save DC 15 or they're unable to target your adorable companion with an attack or harmful effect. Which is great. Your companion's able to cause the effects of Charm Person or Animal Friendship without casting a spell when you command them and spend 3 focus points to do so. So they could straight up charm others. Cuddle Buddy. Those that long rest with your companion gain temporary hit points equal to your ranger level for the next 4 hours, and it can affect a number of allies equal to your proficiency modifier. It could also affect your own companion if they had one other person that also benefit. So as long as they have a cuddle buddy, you guys can both get temporary hit points when you wake up. As well as their one attack is Snuggle Attack. They get to add, so if they make an attack with their Wisdom or Charisma modifier, and they deal 2d4 plus 5 non-lethal damage. So this creature's unable to kill others, but they can cuddle somebody to unconsciousness. Next is the Hunter subclass. Actually, real quick, what's your guys' favorite of the 6 companions I've made? Just quick thoughts.
There's a lot of them. I'm kind of partial to the cute one. I didn't know you put me in this game.
I would love if Finn could be adorable companion. Anyhow. Alright.
I like the imaginary companion. I think it's really funny.
It is really funny.
And that your companion would be smarter than you.
But they're not real, man. They're just imaginary.
So my I was about to make the same joke.
Too bad, I'm faster.
Damn.
Personally, I'm a fan of the Companion of Strength, solely because I enjoy manipulating the battlefield by just pushing people around.
Yep. I think a fun thing I didn't mention with them is they have Binding Strike, so they can make an attack and grapple the target if the same action.
I love it.
The Companion of Wisdom is funny for me because I love the idea of something being smarter than me socially, but me just ignoring them at every turn.
That's funny. Companion of Wisdom was my favorite. I just want to have like a pet fox that's always there and super wise and doing all that stuff. And then I made the adorable companion. I'm like, this is too much fun. I want to snuggle attack others. Could you imagine you're fighting this big boss like a lich or something, and then just this fluffy little adorable guy just snuggle attacks you, starts nuzzling your neck. What is the lich supposed to do with that?
Just fucking murdering a priest. You're an irredeemable monster.
I mean, all I have to say is I don't think the Lich can handle my Pikachu. So, better watch out for Nuzzle.
Alright.
Let's continue.
Yeah. Fun stuff. Next is the Hunter subclass. So, I have a lot of complaints about 2024 range or anything, and I thought all of their whole, like, forcing a class to have Hunter's Mark should have been, like, a subclass thing. I don't think it should be all Rangers are forced to have this, because, for example, just our previous thing, it doesn't pair well with, like, your companion or beastmaster or whatever, because both of them use your bonus action to do. I don't think you should be forced to have that. However, I did like building a subclass out of it. I thought that was a cool idea, so I used some of their stuff and just turned it all into a subclass, as well as improving off of old Hunter subclass. I took the two of them, slapped them together, so now we have the new Hunter subclass. 1. Favorite enemy. You now always have Hunter's Mark prepared, and the first use of it is free each combat. So, if I'm going to force you to use Hunter's Mark as part of a subclass, I think you should always be able to use Hunter's Mark. Hunter's Mark, it works essentially the same. You can spend a bonus action, but 3 focus points. You target one creature within 150 feet of you. I think I increased the range a little bit. For the next hour, or until the creature is reduced to 0 hit points, the mark target and you focus on them, you deal an extra 1d6 damage whenever you hit them with an attack or a ranger talent, which is a little change. As well as you have advantage on any wisdom perception or wisdom survival checks made to find them. Also, it ends if you mark a new target, so you can only have one active at a time, but it doesn't take concentration now. If the target is reduced to 0 hit points, you can now use your bonus action to target a new creature, of course free of charge. So that effect is still in. So unlike the other one, you can't boost the duration, you can't make it last 24 hours or whatever now, but you can, you know, I increased the range a little bit. I think I've made some improvements. I think it's okay with it because you don't have to concentrate anymore. Prey, starting at 3rd level, whenever you make an attack against a marked target that's marked with your hunter's mark, you can now spend focus points to do one of the following. So this is where kind of hunter comes in. Slayer, you deal additional damage dice to the creature. So instead of doing 1d6 damage to the creature, you now can spend a focus point to do 2d6 damage to the creature. Spot the weakness, you could ignore any resistance to slashing, piercing, or bludgeoning attacks for your ranger attacks or talents. So also beneficial. Hornbreaker, once each turn, you can make a weapon attack against another creature with the same weapon. The creature has to be within 15 feet of the original target, and it also has to be in the range of your weapon. Sadly, if you have a sword, you can't hit somebody 15 feet away. They still have to be in range of your sword. But if you had a Eldritch Tattoo, the claw tattoo, you could hit someone 15 feet away because you have a reach of 15 feet now. Yay!
Bugbear with a long pole.
That too. Anticipate attack. You get a +2 to AC against your marked target until the start of your next turn. So you can't stack this, sadly, because I didn't want you to make 5 attacks on it and then just say I have a +10 to your AC. So yes. Relentless Hunter. At 7th level, you have now advantage to hit your marked target. If I recall, old 2024 Ranger gave you this at like 17th level. At the same level people are casting Wish and whatnot, I don't think you should have advantage just to hit someone you put your bonus action to cast Hunter's Mark on. I'm putting that all the way down 10 levels sooner. 7th level. Hunter's Mark. So Mark of the Hunt, right? At 11th level, all of your features of prey and everything have now improved. So that's Hunter's Prey. But Mark of the Hunt, that whole thing where I said you get to deal 1d10 damage instead of a d6. So Old Ranger, as I said, their pinnacle of level 20 Ranger gets to do a d10 instead of a d6, which d6 is average of 4, d10 is average of 6, so that's 2 points more of damage, which is like, yay! I put that at 11th level, which now you might be thinking, yay, it's only 11th level, but just wait. Hunter's Prey, so those improved. Foe Slayer, you get to deal an additional damage dice, so that's all the same, but it's no longer a d6 anymore. Your Hunter's Mark's now a d10, meaning when you use your Hunter's Prey in your bonus action, you're now doing 2d10 instead of 1. Additionally, if the target is unharmed, you now get to do 3d10 instead of 2d10. So, imagine if you crit with this, you're now doing 6d10 damage with this attack. That's a pretty big improvement versus 1d10. Just 2 more damage. Exploit Weakness. You can now ignore any resistances with your attacks or ranger talents on a creature. Horde Slayer. It's the exact same thing, except it doesn't say once per turn now. Now every attack you do against your marked target, you can now spend a focus point to make another attack on a different creature within 15 feet of them. So Horde Destroyer, yay. And then Predicted Strike, you get a +3 to your AC and saving throws versus harmful effects against your marked target. So now it's a cool bonus. Yay. And then, so that's all improved your core abilities from your 3rd level stuff. And then at 15th level is Thrill of the Hunt. At 15th level, your first attack each turn against the marked target will crit. So as long as you hit them, it's automatic crit damage. And at 18th level, all attacks against your marked target will automatically crit if you hit them. As long as you beat that AC, every attack is critting. Which means if we go to your D10 damage, you could now be spending a focus point every turn, dealing 4d10 damage every attack. Woo. Let's go. I think that's not more broken than Meteorite Swarm of like 144 damage to 3 20-foot areas, but you know, I think it's an improvement. Woo. Watcher subclass. So this is a very fun subclass of mine that I personally, this is stuff I wanted out of Ranger. So this is a lot of personal bias, I suppose, towards this one. Again, all these things are maybe subject to change as we might have to balance them out or whatever. But, moving on to the Watcher subclass. Overwatch. Starting at 3rd level, you can spend your action to watch a 60-foot cone or a 10-foot radius around you. Once a creature first enters or moves in that 60-foot once they move in the area, you can spend 1 focus point to make an attack against that creature with your weapon or an unarmed strike. So if you had a bow, you're doing the Clash and Ranger thing, you could say, I'm going to watch this area, and then if a horde of goblins show up, you could spend a focus point and shoot an attack on each of those goblins, as long as you had focus points to spend. Ever Watchful, starting at 3rd level, you can't be surprised. It's the same thing as the, what was it, Wisdom Companion. Can't be surprised if you haven't moved, you get a +5 to your passive perception and perception checks. Just meant for you to be guarding. Keen Sight. Starting at 7th level, you have advantage on perception and investigation checks that use sight. Also at 7th level, you get cover fire. Whenever an ally is attacked within range of your weapon, you are now able to use your reaction to make an opportunity attack against them, allowing you to watch over your allies and support them. So when some people are hitting your tanky barbarian, you could say, reaction, I'm going to shoot that guy that just attacked you. At 11th level, you get Reactive Opportunist. Whenever you make an opportunity attack or a ready action attack, you can now make 2 attacks instead of 1. So pairing very immediately after your 7th level ability, you can now make 2 attacks against that target instead of 1. And let's see here. Also, you get to do the fun thing of whenever you do ready action, you can actually make multiple attacks instead of the one thing. Because I know that's a problem sometimes. But anyhow, I might be wrong about that ruling, but you know, DMs do you. Improved Watch, starting at 11th level. You can use your watch feature to now make an attack when a creature first enters and when they first move. So whenever they're moving or entering, you can now make 2 attacks against any creature that walks into your area, your watch zone. It does now take 2 focus points because you're making 2 attacks, but you're also 15th level, so you should have like 32 of them. You should be fine. And Death Watch, starting at 15th level, whenever you make an attack in your Overwatch area, you can now deal a d6 damage to all other creatures of your choice in the area. So that horde of goblins that show up, you hit one of them, you can now deal damage to the entire group of them. Or, let's say there's only one goblin in there. Your first attack against that creature each turn is going to be a crit if you hit them. Ooh. That is the Overwatch, the Watcher subclass. Next is Horizon Walker. Horizon Walker, you now have Detect Planar Presence, so it's not just portals now. When you use this ability, you can use your action to detect the distance and direction of the closest portal within 1 mile of you. Once you use that feature again, you can't use it until you rest. There's planar travel in the Dungeon Master Guide, Chapter 2, all that stuff for examples of portals and anything. Think like Debbie planes and stuff like that would count. You can also use your action to create 3 focus. Use your action and three focus points to sense the presence of unworldly creatures within 30 feet of you. You don't know where they are, just kind of what type they are in any of the type. So, let's say, for example, 2 party members are fiends. You got some tieflings on your team. And then there's an NPC that's possessed by and there's also a ghost. Your answer you would get for this is, yes, there are fiends and aberrations. It doesn't say the amount, it just states that there are fiends and aberrations within 30 feet of you. Blink, starting at 3rd level. You are able to spend 2 focus points to teleport yourself 10 feet to an unoccupied space you can see. So now you can start doing mini Misty steps all across the map. Also at 3rd level, you get Planar Revenge. Starting at 3rd level, whenever you're hit by an attack, you can use your reaction and 5 focus points to teleport yourself 30 feet to an unoccupied place and then make an attack against the target that hit you. Naturally, if you have a melee weapon, you could make the attack first and then teleport away. Or you could teleport away, make a ranged attack against them. So put the 2 together, and yeah. One more thing. Damage will be force damage. So for that 1 attack, you'll deal force damage. At 7th level, you get Ethereal Step. So this should be pretty much the same as Horizon Walker, except you gotta spend 7 focus points to do it. So you enter the ethereal plane. The caveat, the little change I made to it though, is it starts until the start of your next turn. So you're only in there for 1 turn, and you can dismiss the effect as your action. So you can show up, you could ethereal in there, you could then action and pop out of it, or at the start of your next turn you're going to pop out of it anyways. There's some changes with that I think are an improvement, because now you're able to do it multiple times. You're not limited to once because it only costs 7 focus points. So now you can do it several times in a single day. Then at 11th level you get Distance Strike. Whenever you use an attack action, you can now blink without spending any focus points or movement. So now you can be teleporting 10 feet all across the map every time you make an attack. And if you made 2 attacks, at least against 2 different targets, you can now make a 3rd attack against another creature. That is the same as Horizon Walker. That's still in there. Planar Strike. Starting also at 11th level, you can spend 10 focus points to target a creature you see within 60 feet of you. You have to make a charisma saving throw. Talent DC, against your talent DC, or fail. And then they take 5d10 force damage, and then they're essentially banished to the ethereal plane for 1 minute. Or until you use your action to dismiss the effect and bring them back. On a success, they take half as much damage and they're not sent there. Now what's going to be cool is if you take your ethereal step and you show up there for your turn and then you just leave. So now you can battle people in the ethereal plane, and while you're in the ethereal plane, all of your damage is now converted into force damage, allowing you to deal force damage to this target that you now just sent to the ethereal plane. So kind of making your ethereal plane like your own favorite terrain. And then at 15th level, starting at 15th level, you can spend 10 focus points to do the effects of plane shift without casting a spell. So no one can counterspell your plane shift. You're just using the focus talent to do it. But it is going to be the same exact, essentially, purpose of plane shift. Also at 15th level, your blink is now 30 feet instead of 10 feet. So that whole thing of blinking around doing 10 feet everywhere, now you can start misty stepping everywhere and doing 30 feet all across the map. Which is fun. Whoa. I have to go to the bathroom, so I'm going to be right back. We're going to take a couple-minute break. Please discuss amongst yourselves your favorite stuff you've heard thus far. I'll be back.
I got to make the most of Hunter's Mark for my character, because the thing that I'm doing requires me to never be touched and only do damage.
How could you? So selfish. What's wrong with you?
How
Why would
dare
I want
you?
to be
So
doing
selfish.
nothing?
What's
Like,
wrong with
just, like,
you?
Be by myself. See, that's the ticket. I think you're all playing D&D wrong. I think you're trying to play role. I'm trying to win. Okay?
If I've learned anything from my younger self, I should absolutely keep playing lone wolf characters. Those are the best kind.
It's gonna be great. It'll
Yeah.
it never fails.
Every
Not
character I
once.
make is now a rogue. This is the rogue rewrite. That's what's
Dude,
happening right now,
The
really.
corner seat is only big enough for some of us. Okay, you gotta find a new one.
Ranger Rogue multi-class. Become the perfect snarcher.
The
I mean,
perfect-
that is the meta, yeah.
It's Skyrim. It's Skyrim.
Literally.
It's like Skyrim.
I'm not joking. That's how you break things. It's either a bit of spellcaster or a bit of rogue. Or
What
both
about
if
both?
you're feeling
I
fun.
was gonna say.
Yeah.
Sneak attack on an Eldritch Blast.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
No,
actually,
why
I
don't we
think sneak attack has to be weapon attack. But
Why don't we sprinkle a little more in there? Why don't we add force to Eldritch Blast? Why don't we push somebody away while we Eldritch Blast them from
so
being
you
sneaky?
remember that like 5 minutes of heaven where paladins could smite on a longbow?
I don't know what you're talking about. Heaven.
With-
That sounds like hell.
It was heaven for me because I made it and I still want to use it.
It's heaven for the paladin players. It's hell for
Yeah.
everybody else.
You get it. But yeah, just sneak attack, longbow, fuck it, smite. I hate it, but it's so fun every time.
I am back. I heard smiting on longbow, and that's actually a thing I let players do. The caveat is, you have to, hear
I'm
me
so
out,
sorry.
you have to burn the spell slot before the hit. So unlike normal
No.
smite, where you have to
Oh,
use it,
no.
you have to burn it on the arrow and then fire. So it's a chance you miss, and you just waste the spell slot.
You have too much confidence in the dice, and I respect that.
I'm trying to
Especially
balance
after
it out.
A certain level when most attacks are just hits. When most attacks are just hits.
Yes.
I respect it. I appreciate it.
Yes, that's how I do it.
That's fair.
And speaking of smite and everything, Elemental strikes for the Elemental Ranger, the next subclass. They're essentially the ranger that gets to smite with their weapons using elemental damage. Elemental Rangers uses the elemental planes, use their focus panels to empower nature and the weapons and everything. Starting at 3rd level, you can spend 1 focus point to deal 1d8 additional elemental damage of your choice with one of your attacks. And it also goes up by 1 at 7th level, 11th, and 15th, or so 2d8, 3d8, and 4d8. You get to pick one of the following damage types: acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder damage. So note, this is also any weapon thing, so you can use it as a bow or a sword. I didn't want to limit a ranger. Now, I might change said rulings where ranged attacks you might have to burn the point before the hit to try to balance that out, but we'll see how playtesting goes. So you might be burning focus points and maybe missing, or maybe you just go melee and you're like wham, damage. Anyhow, elemental armor, also at 3rd level, you can spend a focus point and your reaction to gain the effects of absorb elements at 1st level. I'm aware I'm using spells or whatever as caveat, but it does the same effects. You get to become resistant to essentially a damage type, as well as get some additional damage. It was just way too fitting for the character, and it was a thing that already existed, and might as well make it meld with D&D. It already exists. Elemental body, starting at 7th level, you can spend 2 focus points to choose one of the following. Wind, as a free action during your turn, you gain a flight speed of 30 feet until the end of your turn. So you could just fly and zoom around somewhere and then drop off. Earth, as a reaction, you gain resistance to non-magical slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning damage. So it doesn't have to just be elemental damage now. Now you can start absorbing physical attacks. Water, bonus action. A creature you can touch gains 1d4 plus your proficiency bonus in HP. You can now start healing others. Or yourself. Fire. As an action, you can make your blood boil and rush, allowing you to take both the dash and disengage action at the same time. So, voila. That's 7th level. Elemental weapon. I don't think I put it in here. I gotta make it fixed in the middle of it. Now I see it doesn't say what level. Just always have it. Starting at 11th level, as a bonus action, you can spend 4 focus points to make a weapon deal acid, cold, fire, lightning, thunder damage for 8 hours. You can only have 1 active at a time, but you can change the damage type if you already have an active weapon by spending 1 focus point instead of 4. Now, you can only change 1 at a time. Later on, you'll be able to put this on multiple weapons or multiple people. The weapon also will ignore resistances of the corresponding damage type. So, you could pick fire and ignore fire damage, but you could also pick fire and deal with normal fire damage, and then you could also pick cold or something. I don't know, fire and hot, and shoot somebody. Or lightning or something, I don't know. So you could pair it with, so what I mean by that, you could pair it with your elemental strike. So your normal weapon, you can only have 1 damage type, make it fire, and then you could elemental strike for lightning or something. Or fire and just go more fire damage. Anyhow, at 15th level, you get elemental mastery. Whenever you use your elemental armor, you now become immune to the damage type for the first attack or source of damage instead of resistance. And then you become resistant for the rest of it. So, someone shoots a fireball at you, you can now use your thing, become immune to that fireball, and then be resistant for the rest of that turn to any incoming fire damage. In addition to that, whenever you said ability, you now get to cast the ability at 5th level, which is going to give you way more d6 for damage, instead of just the 1d6 you would have gotten casting it at 1st level. Now note, you're not casting the spell again, you're a ranger, you're doing this for other means, so people still can't counterspell you, because you're using talents. It's a talent ability. You're just getting the effects of said spells. But yeah, so 15th level you can start becoming immune to stuff. In addition, you're now able to have elemental weapon on a number of weapons equal to your proficiency modifier. So now you can give the whole team elemental weapons. Or you could just have yourself have a bunch of elemental weapons. I don't know, maybe you play as a Myriolith or something, or someone saves change you. You have 6 arms, and you pull out 6 swords, and you're like, I'm making one a different elemental type on each sword. I don't know, do something cool. Maybe a thing we're doing is summon elementals also at 15th level, being able to summon a water, earth, or whatever one, but that's a maybe, that's for later. Commander subclass. This is an unfinished one. This is just a recent idea I had. This is a class that was meant to give kind of like tactical advantage and be like a leader of a group. That's rallying others, giving people temporary hit points, inspiring them, as well as being able to command others. So as your action or bonus action or something, whatever, however, write it later, you will be able to have someone else take an action during their turn. So you could command, you know, your barbarian to be like, hey, make an attack, or hey, wizard, you're not safe there. Go ahead and, you know, move away 30 feet or whatever. Go ahead and dash. Take the dash action, move your 30 feet. That's the thoughts on that one. Where it's a class where you're helping others. Now note, you're giving them the opportunity, they don't have to listen to you, but you do give them the ability to do stuff during your turn.
I have been wanting a decent support class, so that's nice.
Yeah.
Usually you have to go like cleric or something, you know?
Yeah, now you don't have to. Your ranger could now be picking up ranger talents that are supporting others, as well as their own core features can start supporting others. Woo. Speaking of ranger talents, that's next on our list. These are the core features of new ranger. Essentially the replacement for spells. Yay, the things you get to spend your focus points on. First note is traps. So, optional rule is to have traps last like 4 or 8 hours, that way you don't abuse said coffee tactics to have infinite traps or something. I don't know. You can use your action to hide any trap, if it's not already hidden or whatever. If that's the way, they have to do an investigation check. They have to do an active investigation check to try to beat your talent DC to spot the trap. I suppose you could use passive, but you know, yeah. Foothold traps. They're the classic kind of bear trap style S-trap, where it chomps onto someone's thing and it essentially restrains them. Now you can spend additional focus points one additional focus point to cause the trap to deal damage, 2d4 plus 2 when the trap is triggered. But yeah, you can spend 2 focus points to place a trap. Voila. If you note, I didn't state an action for this one. It is kind of a free action. You can just throw multiple of them out. So they have to be in 5 feet of you, so you spin 2 points, you throw one down, you can move 5 feet, spin 2 points, and throw another one down. We might change that, we might just make it a weapon attack even, because I do like the idea of you being able to throw multiple down in a single turn, because that's kind of what makes you different as a ranger. Instead of anyone can just bring a bear trap and throw it down. But now you're able to do it really quickly. And you kind of create it yourself. So yeah. Snap traps. You can spend 1 to 5 focus points and use a bonus action to make a snap trap. Snap traps are kind of trigger, they're meant to snap close onto a target. Usually with the intent of instantly killing them or trying to kill them quickly. This is a hunter style of trap. Usually it's meant to snap around the neck of a prey or something like a fox or whatever. But in this case, you roll a d20 when the trap is triggered. On a natural 20, the person must make a dexterity save or against your talent DC, or take 2d10 damage per focus point you spend, as well as be restrained or half as much on a success. So if you spend 5 focus points, they could take 10d10 damage. That's if you rolled a natural 20 though. So if you crit, at a 15 through 19, they just take 1d10 damage and become restrained. 10 through 14, they take 1d10 damage, but they're not restrained anymore. They only take the damage or half as much on a successful thing. 5 through 8, they take the 1d10 damage or none. So if they succeed, they just don't take any damage, they avoid it. 2 through 4, they take 1d6 and no damage, and 1, they're just unaffected. They just take no damage if you rolled 1 on the dice. So it's a little bit of a gambly thing, but I think it's fun that your trap could crit, fail, or crit succeed. Also, I'm thinking I should make a Yordle snap trap, put the little cupcake in the trap, but I feel like it's a flavor thing, it'd just be funny. Shout out to Caitlin. Anyhow. Deadfall traps. As they sound, you can spend your action 4 feet to make a trap in a 5-foot area. It does require elevation to hang something in. Or you don't need elevation, you could put it on the ground, but only tiny creatures can trigger it. When a creature enters the area, they must make a dex save against talent AC, or you drop something on them, whether it's a rock, an anvil, or piano onto grandma, whatever you swung up to drop on their head and bonk them. They take 1d6 falling damage and must make a con save or be stunned for the round. Snares. Snares, you use your action to add a d4 to set a trap in a 10-foot radius in an area. Any enemy creature that enters the area must make a dex save or become lifted into the air and restrained, having disadvantage on attacks. If the creature can free itself with an action or attack by cutting whatever binds them, the creature needs to make another dexterity save or take 1d6 falling damage and fall prone. Voila. Again, these traps can be reflavored however you want, or you could adjust traps that already exist to fit one of these. Work with your DM for them. There's a lot of traps in the world. I can only put so much, and tried to get some generalized, like foothold traps. They don't have to be bear traps. They could be whatever else. But you know, flavor them. As long as it has the mechanics of trying to restrain a target. Next is trapping pits. These are kind of your pitfall traps S style. So you can take a minute, so it takes you a full minute, but you can, so you make a trap as well as you cover up the ground. So this one automatically hides it for you in that same minute. They must make a check to beat the DC and all the following, but you get to pick one of the following whenever you do this. spend 1 focus point to make it 5 feet deep. This can be picked multiple times. So, you know, you could spend 10 focus points and make it 50 feet deep. You can spend 1 focus point to put something at the bottom, spikes or something, to deal 1d10 damage. So when a creature does fall in there, they have to take some damage. Should probably make this a dex save or something. But anyhow, 2 focus points. You can make a the target must make a con save or become poisoned on a fail. This is also something you could pair with any of your other traps, by the way. A lot of these mechanics could be incorporated with the other traps, such as you could do your bear trap and you could be like, hey, I want teeth on it to deal the 2d4 damage, but I also want it to be poisoned, so just have them spend another 2 focus points. Let's go. You could also spend 2 focus points to fill it with 5 feet of water. This can also be picked multiple times as long as the area is deep enough. You can spend 4 focus points to fill it with oil, which will burn for 4 hours. Any creature that first enters or starts their turn in there takes 1d6, has to make a save or take a con save, take 1d10 fire damage, and become burning, which will deal 1d6 damage each of their turn unless they use an action to put it out. On a successful one, they take half as much damage and they're not burning. 5 focus points, you can fill the area with snakes, rats, piranhas, wolves, whatever else your DM allows. You have to fill the area with ravenous animals that will eat anybody that fall into their pit, because that's dinner. They'll last for 1 hour. They deal 4d6 damage every turn. The creatures in there will have a combined HP of 40, so whoever's in there can actually kill them if they wanted to. And then they're just stuck in a pit and have to climb out. Or they could try to climb out and leave said creatures. The creatures will not follow or pursue. They only attack those that are in it. Or someone could make an animal handling check DC 30 and pacify them, and then they just won't attack, and you could just hang out in your den of lions and say, take that, ranger. How dare you. Sorry. And then 3 is you could make a weighted trapdoor, so you could make something that will trigger and reset itself. So this is just an addition thing. You could also pair this with some of the other traps, such as like the deadfall trap. It won't trigger unless you spend 3 focus points, make a weighted lever, and then they press it. So you could walk on it and be fine, but if someone's heavier walks on it, you could be like, wham, anvil, squish your head like a cartoon. Swinging traps. Spend 4 focus points, trigger a thing in an area. They have to make a dex save. And then you pick one of the following. You could pick spikes, logs. I suppose you could also pick like a scythe or something. But it does 4d6 piercing damage, or bludgeoning or slashing for a scythe. You could do cage that will try to trap people inside of it. It has 5 HP per ranger level. Or they can make a strength check against your DC to lift it. You could do urns, so you could do the same fire effect because you throw an urn of burning oil on them. You could also do holy water and burn the undead. You could do whatever else. So again, can be flavored however you want to stuff. It's very... Traps are hard because they're kind of open-ended. It's however you make them. Next is going to be shovel traps, or more commonly referred as like caltrops. As a free action during your turn, you can spend 1+ focus points. For every point spent, you can cover a 5-foot area within 30 feet of you with caltrops. Any creature in the area has to make a dex save. They take 1 piercing damage. Their movement speed is lowered by 10 feet. However, this can actually stack, but the stacks only last for 1 turn. So if a person triggers 3 areas because they move 15 feet in the area. Their movement speed would be reduced by 30 until the start of their next turn, unless they heal 3 HP. Having said that, at the start of their next turn, they'd still only have it reduced by 10 feet unless they heal 1 HP. So that way you can't permanently stop a person, but you can at least slow them down for a single turn. This is a really fun way to change the environment for your own advantage by just throwing some cow traps down. Adhesive traps. You can spend a minute, 5 focus points to set up a trap in their area. They have to, any creature that gets stuck to it, they become restrained, or they make a strength check to try to pull themselves free. You can also combine this with objects or other traps or whatnot, you know? Being creative with it. Have some fun. Chime traps. Chimes are designed to alert you. So it acts very similarly to the alarm spell, if you're familiar with it. So the difference is it's going to make a loud audible sound that can be heard within 300 feet of it, and it can wake you from non-magical sleep. So if you're resting up, you set up your chime traps everywhere, and someone, you know, creeps through the window and triggers it. Voila! Ring the bells. Time to bring hell with you as they wake you up from your slumber and you're grumpy. Anyhow. Next is, you have all of these traps and everything. Might as well find a trap. So you can now start finding traps. So you spend 3 focus points, your senses are heightened, and you know the location of the first trap within 120 feet of you. A lot of these talents are inspired by ranger spells because I still want you to have the ability to do said stuff. I reflavored a lot of them for them to work with focus points and as talents and everything and be non-magical. This one I really like because the spell of Find Traps, technically of how it's worded, your own swords and weapons would trigger said spell, because they're a harmful thing. Anyhow, this one will specify it does try to find a trap, something that is considered a trap. It also works with things that are natural, such as like a sinkhole. It could also work with things like warding spells or delayed cast fireball. The DM can rule things that won't trigger it, such as, I don't know, additional room, like a room above you. You wouldn't be able to see or sense anything there. A DM could rule, hey, you don't know anything there, so the effect would fail because you can't see into the basement. Up to the DM. But yeah. Ignoring the next one. That's a joke. You'll have to watch the video to find out. Loosing traps. What?
How dare you skip that?
Just a joke. Anyhow, loosing traps. Take an action, you set up darts, arrows, whatever else. It's kind of like the sentry thing, except it's just a trap. It's not a full-on automated sentry. You just set up a crossbow, they walk through the door, and you shoot them with a crossbow. And then they're like, shot through the heart, and you're too blank. Anyhow. There's 2 things. Again, there's the crossbow thing. It does 1d10 damage. Plus, I was thinking of doing an ability of making it plus your ranger level. That way it's scale. But that's not subject to change. And then there's dart trap, where you can spend 1 plus focus points and you lose 1 dart for every focus point then. And then every focus point spent is 1d4 per dart. So if you spend 10 points, you can throw 10 darts at the people in a straight line of 20 feet to deal 10d4 damage. Plus, again, possibly your ranger level, or maybe it's just going to be your talent modifier of wisdom, intelligence, or whatever else you use, and your proficiency bonus. Gentle Heart. This is a thing where you can spend 1 focus point to gain +5 to animal handling checks. This can be triggered twice for up to a +10. So you can spend 2 and get a +10 to your animal handling check. Bandage Wounds. You can use your action to spend 2 focus points to heal a target you can touch. If they are above half HP, you heal 1d6 plus your talent modifier. If they're below half HP, it's 2d6 plus your talent modifier. So it's a little weaker than Cure Wounds and everything, but it is stronger the more hurt they are, because you're helping them out. Arcane Investigation. You can spend 1 focus point to touch an object or creature and learn if the item is magical and what type of effects magics is affecting it. So you can touch a thing and be like, hey, you know, this is affected by some illusion magic. It's very up to the DM of what they want to consider or what information they want to give you, but this is designed for you to kind of learn the nature of objects or creatures. So you could touch someone else's companion and learn it's very magical or not. Or find out, it's just a normal rat. Anyhow, find poisons and disease. It works the same as finding traps, the whole 25 feet of thing. But it's any kind of poison or poisonous creatures, such as snakes or something. Or disease in the area. So it's designed you to just find the first presence of something. Also, if it's on a trap, you could get both in that thing. You'd find trap and poison. But it only tell you the poison. But you do learn the location of the thing. Entangling Strike. You can spend 2 focus points. After you hit a creature, the creature must make a strength saving throw against your talent DC or become restrained. On a save they are broken 3, they can make the save again at the end of each of their turns. There's a Cat Tangle. The idea of this came from cat poles, or, you know, the little swampy cattails. Of Compressed Seeds. As a bonus action, you can spend 2 focus points and throw a highly condensed ball of seeds that explode and grow out from impact force. It's magical D&D land, just work with it. In a 20-foot area, it makes the whole area difficult terrain. So bonus action, you can throw out and change the terrain and make it difficult. Now, if you're high enough leveled ranger, you can ignore your difficult terrain. I believe 9th level. Then you can run around it and not matter. And use the environment to your advantage once again. Yay! Fog Powder, made from plants and minerals and whatnot as a bonus action. And 1 focus point, you throw a handful of it onto the ground. Within 60 feet of you, you fill the area with a sphere of heavily obscured smoke, allowing others people to not be able to see or target you, so you could hide in the smoke as you gave yourself a smoke screen. Hunt and Gather. You can spend 1 focus point to gain a +10 to finding food, water, hunting for materials and whatnot. So you're not tracking a monster. This would be for like finding a deer or something to eat for food. You can see food source or any effects is poisoned for the next hour as well. So when you're picking mushrooms, you can be like, does this have some negative effects if I eat it? Turns out it makes you trip balls and make you think that you're like 20 feet tall and you grew really big and you're strong. But none of that's actually happening. It's just a mushroom you're eating. Where was that? Attack of Thorns. You can spend 2 focus points to make your next ranged attack, sadly. This one is ranged. It does burn some of your ammunition when you do it. All creatures in a 5-foot area must make a DC, take 1d10 piercing damage. So you shoot an arrow, the arrow then explodes on impacts and hurts everybody with shrapnel and whatever else. Hunter's Mark as a bonus action. It's the same Hunter's Mark as before. Anyone can take it now. You just don't get free uses or the benefits that the Hunter class would give you, but anyone can do it to do that extra 1d6 of damage. Just one more step. You can spend one focus point to move 5 more feet this turn, and you can use it any number of times. So if you're running around and that creature is just a little bit out of range, that monk is being very cheeky and they're just standing just outside of your range and being like, heh heh, poking you and running away, you can be like, fine, I'm gonna spend some focus points and catch up to you and punch you in the face. And then ensnaring strike and say you don't get to move anymore. Anyhow. Give yourself a leg up. You can spend 2 focus points to triple your jump distance. Additionally, you don't need a running start for your jump, for high jump or running jump. You can just yump yourself across the distance. Now it's only for 1 jump, so, or I suppose the 1 turn. As long as you gain 10 feet of movement speed. Long journey. Pass. It's a pass effect. You gain 10 feet of movement speed. This talent can be taken multiple times. So if you're just like, hey, I want to use at level 2, trade all of my ranger talents in and just get a plus 30 to my movement speed, you can. Animal Tongue. Ability to allowing you to communicate with a beast or your companion if you have Beastmaster. So, voila, you can now communicate with it regardless of what language it speaks, if it's Draconic or whatever. I think in the thing it's able to understand any languages you can't either. But now you're directly able to communicate with it, and if it talks in some other form, like it's a bear, you can now understand your bear and what they're telling you. Focus skills. You can use your reaction to spend 1 focus point and roll a d4 and gain the amount on the bonus to any skill you're proficient with or expertise. So this is kind of like guidance, but for yourself, and it's a reaction. So if you're like, ah man, I failed this, you can now just be like, wham, bonus. Encouraging word. You can use your bonus action to spend 2 focus points to give a target that you can hear 1d4 plus your talent modifier in temporary hit points for 1 minute. Makeshift medicine. You can spend 1 minute and 4 action points. The target will gain temporary hit points equal to your ranger level, have an advantage on saving throws for becoming blinded, deafened, paralyzed, poisoned for the next hour. Animal messenger. It works very similar to the spell thing, though it's not magical in any means. So you use 3 focus points and a ration. So you take your action and you have to give them food. And then you make an animal handling check. On a creature, you can... a tiny beast within 30 feet of you. The DC for it, though, is going to be 1/5 how far you want to travel. So if you want to make them travel 100 miles, the DC is going to be 20. So it has to be a location you already visit, so all of that stuff the same, you know, you can make it a town guard or whatever. Then you write a letter or whatnot, and the animal will carry 1 single letter or parchment or something with it to the location, covering about 50 miles per 24 hours if they're flying, or 25 if they're on land or whatnot. If the animal finds it's impossible to deliver, they'll kind of just return. They'll be like, nope. Said thing will also value their life more than said doing task. So, you know. Or if you're trying to send a mouse into a flying city, the mouse can't fly. They'll just look up at the flying city and say, I'm going home. For whatever reason, the DM picks or whatnot, or if the the talent fails, the creature will return to their location that you first gave them with the message. Or if they succeed, they give it, they'll return where they got the first food. And yay. Bark plates. So bark plates are, you can put bark armor or wood armor and whatnot on a creature that you can touch. You can spend 2+ focus points for every 2 focus points spent. They get a +1 to their AC for the next hour. However, whenever they hit, they lose said plate and the bonus AC it gave them. So you could use this multiple times and give yourself, spend 10 points, get a +5 to your AC. Every time you're hit, your AC is lowered by 1. Until all the plates are gone. But also could be very beneficial. Diodize, you can gain 60 feet of dark vision. If you already have it, you increase your dark vision by 30 feet. It's a passive. Enhanced attack. You can spend focus points to deal 1d4 more damage, so same weapon damage and everything. You can spend any number of points on this one. So you could be like Elemental Strike, wham, 1d8 plus your weapon damage, plus I want to spend 5 points to deal 5d4 more damage on top of that. Woo. Focus attack. You can spend 1 to 3 focus points to gain a +2 to the attack roll. If you missed an attack, try to turn that attack into a miss. You could be like, hey, 16 misses? Well, alright, how about I spend 2 points and say 20? Does a 20 hit the creature? Ghillie suits. As an action, you spend 2 focus points, you touch a creature, and they get a +10 to their dex saves and stealth rolls. Sorry, not dex saves, just stealth rolls. Dex stealth rolls. It's essentially, pass without a trace, but it's a single creature now. I suppose I didn't specify how long this should, and I should probably put a duration on it. Okay, anti-venom. That's spend 4 focus points as an action. You can touch a creature. If it is poison, you neutralize said poison. If one more effect is thing, you can pick one that's present or remove one at random. And for the duration, they have advantage on saving throws for being poisoned and have resistance to poison damage. Fire Barrage. You can use 10 ammunition, your action, and 6 focus points to throw or fire shots or ranged weapon. Within a 60-foot cone, creatures must make a dex save or take 4d8 plus your ranger level and damage on a failed or half as much on a successful one. The damage is the same type as your ammunition as used for the component. Flare arrows spend 2 focus points to use a ranged weapon to fire a flare up into the air. It lights up the area within a 300-foot radius for 1 hour, a bright light. If a creature is hit by the attack, they take 1d6 additional fire damage. At night, this can be seen from 5 miles away, so it could be used to alert others. Green Thumb. Spend 1 focus point, getting a +10 to nature checks for gardening, harvesting, or tending to plants for 1 hour. Weatherless Storm passive. Your character can movement is unaffected by weather, rain, wind, snow, and is also affected by things like the gust spell or gust of wind, or even slowed by sleet storm. You can still take damage from it, but you won't be falling prone from it by anything. You can spend 1 focus point to have any number of targets equal to your proficiency bonus that you can see in 30 feet of you, to also be unaffected by movement conditions of weather for 1 hour. So if it's storm and you're in the middle of a blizzard, you can't see things, you could be like, party, I got you. You guys can all move fine. 1 rope bridge. You can spend a focus point and 1 hour to use a rope long enough to cover the area. make a 20-foot or shorter gap, and now all creatures are able to cross over this using half their movement speed for the next 8 hours. So if there's a ravine or whatever party needs to cross over, wham! You build a rope bridge in an hour, and now you're able to get everyone across. Arrow rain. Use 5 ammunition, and your action, use 5 focus points. Target 5 adjacent 5-foot squares into the area. You fire the arrows in the air or any ranged weapon. They could be javelins, I guess, or whatnot. So you start your next turn. At the start of your next turn, the arrows will land. So any creatures in the area of the marked area will take the damage. So you fire arrows, you can then technically make 5 attacks on 5 different targets if they didn't move, or they moved into the area. Now it'll be up to the DM whether or not a creature could see the arrows or not, or be like aware that it's going to fall in the area, if the creature's intelligent enough or able to see, which would allow them to move out, but maybe invokes opportunity attacks or something. I don't know. Ranger agility. Spend 6 focus points, and in action, for the next minute your movement is unaffected by difficult terrain. Spells and other magical effects can neither reduce your movement speed nor cause the target to be paralyzed or restrained. You can also use 5 movement speed to automatically escape non-magical restraints such as grapples and whatnot. And being underwater poses no penalty to your movement or attacks. It's just freedom of movement. Rugged, passive. You make a Constitution saving throws with advantage against non-magical effects. So if you're huffing it in the Icewind Dale and the cold's getting to you, you now have advantage against that cold. Or maybe it's exhaustion or something. You have an advantage on your saves because that's a non-magical thing. Roughing it. Passive. You don't need a bed or shelter or anything. You can get proper rest without a bedroll or whatnot. You ignore the need to sleep for 1 whole day or rest or whatnot. So you can use this effect to gain temporary hit points equal to your ranger level for 1 day. The next time you would normally need to rest, you must rest or suffer 2 points of exhaustion. So this allows you to just like camp out for the day and watch the party if you're concerned, you're in Curse of Strahd or something, being hunted. You can now stay up all night or just keep moving throughout the night, you know? Just keep running if you really need to move or whatnot. Stone plates, it's the same as bark armor, except it's now stone. And you spend 3 points. For every 3 points, the target you touch has resistance to slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning damage. However, whenever they're attacked, they lose 1 plate. Note, these things can be paired with things that are non-armor based, because you're not technically, you're sort of giving them armor, but like a monk can have this, because you're just putting some plates on their wrists, and then they block it, and then it shatters and breaks. Anyhow, learn the land. Spend 1 hour and 5 focus points, and you can scout a 5-mile area diameter. That is not construction. So you can't search a town or water deep or whatever, but you now could search like a forest or whatever. You gain knowledge of bodies of waters, relevant plants in the area, minerals, animals, people's buildings, influences of other planes of existence. For example, say there's abyssal presence in the area of demons or whatnot, and you're like, hey, let's scout out this thing. You could be like, hey, there's a fort in the middle of the woods, but there's also abyssal presence. The abyssal presence is not actually near the fort. Those two are separate from each other, and there's a river that runs through it. Yay! Also, the DM can give you any more information that they wish. Now, it does also not find hidden areas, but yes, or things that are affected by illusion. I suggest you let the character roll for it because they technically would be around the area. They might be able to find it. Volley. Spend 5 focus points. You can make an additional attack with a weapon or unarmed strike. You can use this any number of times during your turn. Arrow Storm, use 20 ammunition and 10 focus points. Loose the ammunition into the air. Pick a location within a 150-foot area, and then cause a 20-foot radius. I'm just gonna edit this slightly. I want to change that. I don't think this is needed. So 40-foot radius. Any creature in the area needs to make a dex save. Or take 48 plus your ranger level and damage, and as a bonus action you can then pick a new location in the same location. So you could throw both in the same area and have them take 48 plus 8 your ranger level twice, or you could pick 2 different locations and attack 2 different areas and have them both take 48 damage. Elixir of Revigor. Spend 1 minute and 6 focus points to restore or undo any reduction to one's ability scores or things reducing their maximum hit points, or 1 level of exhaustion. Now the exhaustion can only be affected once per long rest. So you can't just keep taking it and ignoring it forever. Twin Attack. As a bonus action, you can spend 6 focus points to make 2 weapon attacks or unarmed strikes against 2 different targets. Focus Dodge. As a reaction, you can spend 4 focus points to gain evasion or reduce a natural attack, such as claws, bites, a tail. You could argue a breath weapon, anything your DM would allow, and have the damage. This is designed for like the ranger who travels out in the wilderness and being able to dodge said like a wolf attack or something biting them or whatever, as that's kind of natural and whatnot. Volt. As an action, you can spend 3 focus points, flip into the air, so you could actually do a flip when someone tells you to. Up to 20 feet in a straight line, and you can make 1 weapon attack against a creature among that line. So if there's a boss in the way, you could flip over them and shoot your bow into their back. Evasive attack. Spend 3 focus points and an action. You make 1 weapon attack against the target, and you move 5 feet backwards without provoking an opportunity attack. Preparations. Pick one of the following. During a long rest, so this is an ability that can only be used during a long rest. When the long rest ends, you can spend 2 focus points and gain temporary hit points equal to your ranger level for 8 hours. You could gain +1 to your AC for 8 hours. You could spend 1 point and get an additional D12 on your next attack roll. The very first attack roll, attack that you hit with, you can deal extra damage. And you could spend 2 points to gain a +4 to a roll you're proficient with. So first ability check you do. Or anything else the DM is okay with. And lastly, focus attack. That's the thing everyone starts with at level 1. You can spend 1 focus point to gain advantage on an attack. This can be traded out or retaken. And that's Ranger. Woo! One last thing I just want to cover right before we do thing. I know we have to re-record this, but just I want to show everybody, quickly run through the things you get first level. Focus points, fighting style, focus attack. You get focus talents, you pick 2 of those talents. You get your subclass and 1 expertise. You get your extra attacks, more talents, subclass features, Landstrider Vanished, focus points, more stuff, your primal senses, your more focus talents, ability scores, reliable attacks, focus talents, ability score, and domain expansion and unfocus. And one little thing we didn't cover is the ranger starting thing. You get a D10 per ranger level plus your con mod. You can start with light armor, medium armor, or shield, so those are proficiencies, simple weapon, martial weapons. Your saving throws are dex and strength. You get to choose from these proficiencies: animal handling, insight, investigation, nature, perception, stealth, survival. You can choose 3 of them, or also getting a tool of things such as herbalism or tinkering tools. Equipment, here's starting equipment: scale mail, leather armor, short swords, 2 of them, or 2 simple weapons, a martial weapon, longbow 20 arrows, crossbow 20 arrows, dungeoneer's pack, explorer stuff. Yeah. Just starting things. Woo. And that's it.
Yeah.
Ranger. Sorry this took so long. There's a lot to go through.
Ranger! Woo! Ranger!
Ranger.
So,
Let's
what's your
go.
guys' thoughts now that I've finally read through all of this and all of the changes I've made to Ranger of making a custom class?
I
You
just wanna
certainly
check
ranged
something.
all over the place. I will say that.
There was a lot of ranging.
I do want to check something that you had listed on there.
Yeah.
As far as starting equipment, you said any crossbow. Are you certain you want to do that?
Hand crossbow, heavy crossbow, you can start with 1 crossbow.
I respect it.
Yeah, they usually
That's
go
great.
light and then that's it. But you know,
You're
just wanted to double
I
check.
mean,
a ranger.
You could
I'm
also get
allowing
a
you to pick a
longbow, so
different crossbow. So if you want to start with a hand crossbow, you can. That's right. So
Hell
you
yeah.
could pick your custom Lynchian, very human, pick crossbow expert feat, and get a hand crossbow, and make 2 attacks at level 1.
I'm sure no one would do that.
Absolutely not a single goddamn
Absolutely
person.
not a
Did
single
I actually
person.
call one of you guys out for that?
I have no clue.
I mean, I went with the hand crossbow.
One with a long
So
bow.
that was an intentional change.
What is it?
To also be fair, I don't think having 1 crossbow versus the other is that big of a difference.
Yeah.
that's
Honestly,
fine.
I would have preferred if I had the option to get a short bow, but
Oh,
you
you're
know,
right.
whatever.
You know what? I'll change that. I'll say long or short bow.
I mean, you don't have to. It's whatever you want to do.
No, I'm with you.
It's
That
just,
is a good
I was going,
change.
I was going thematic, and I was just like, oh, well, the longbow's kind of. My character is like 3 feet tall, so the
That is
bow's gonna be
fair.
like twice your size.
I mean, I
That's
believe a
fair.
short bow is considered a simple weapon, but it does say 2 simple melee weapons, so there you go.
I
Now you
always
can take a
thought
long or
that
short bow.
Weapons of a particular category are just scaled to the species that's using them because it's a high fantasy game.
That's
No.
also fair.
No, so you're telling
no,
me that
shorter
dwarven
races
longbow?
I
by
mean, a
mechanics
dwarven
wise
longbow should
have
actually be longer. I
problems
mean,
with-
how bows work in
yeah.
particular, I feel like they should just be a set size now that I think about it. Because that's kind of how you get your range, is by getting more of a drawback and everything, so you have more power behind it.
It's just like, sadly, mechanics wise, despite many people forgetting, thankfully, it's
Yes.
a terrible rule. Like have disadvantage or something with weapons that have the heavy property.
Yeah, because if you're a short sword and it's a short sword made by like a halfling, that's a short sword for a human.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. How about this? A gnomish longbow. It's the same size as a human longbow, but the ammo is gnomes.
There's
I
no
like
DOS at
where your
that point.
head's going.
I have a
There's no DOS.
sentry idea, now that you think about it. I want to fire
Would it
some
happen to
angry
be
gnomes at
the-
people.
Hell yeah.
New
I was
century
gonna say
idea.
the goblin
Junk chat.
railgun, but that worked too.
Just get the Fallout junk jet. You just throw
yeah,
random
yeah.
shit in it and it just hurls it like the catapult spell.
I'm gonna
Cool,
throw
we're
a
on
toaster
time.
at you.
We gotta wrangle this in. We gotta participate within the
Cool,
game.
cool. Yeah, so how do you guys, what's your guys' thoughts on everything? Good stuff?
Hell yeah.
Cool.
I'm hungry.
Did you say you're hungry?
Yeah.
That's fair.
Cool.
Yeah, I can't stop that, I guess.
Can't stop, won't stop.
I like what we got with Ranger. I think it's pretty good.
Nice.
I'm loving the hunter one because like there's a lot going on there. It's a lot of it's just fucking damage, just raw damage.
Yes, that class is designed to say, I pick one target, you are my prey, and I am going to kill you. I am going to hunt you to the ends of the earth.
Yeah, I made the most out of it.
The bold claims.
Bold claims.
What
See
if
how
I
it,
suddenly pull out a hunter?
Bold
Huh? What are we gonna do
clam.
then?
That would be great. Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it plays out.
That's a great question.
Well, let's do see about that. What we're going to move on to next is, well, my friends here decided to make some rangers for us to play test. I wrote a little thing for them. Just a very short one-shot where they're going to start at 3rd level. Our plan is to first go 3rd level, then we're going to jump to 7th, and then 11th, 15th, and then finally a 20th level ranger. I might do a 6th one where I allow them to multi-class, but we're going to strictly go for ranger this one. We're just going to play test things. This first thing, there's going to have no magical gear or anything, no feats. It's going to be just basic items.
Question.
And yeah,
And the theoretical 6th one, can we multi-class into another Ranger?
No. The most
I mean-
powerful fighter, a fighter who multi-classed in a fighter.
yes. So no, because that's not how D&D works. And I'm with you. If I could just pick fighter and multi-class into every fighter every 2 levels, so I could action surge 10 times. I
Fair
think
enough.
that's the
one
pro
level of
move.
wizard just for shield.
2 levels in wizard. That way you can go divination and get portif. And then I like to go divination every single time and get like what 20 rolls of portif.
20 on the low end, I think.
Oh, wait. If you can multi-class into yourself, just be Dragon-Blooded Sorcerer 5 times.
Oh yeah, I suppose
Plus 5 AC.
that's fair. I suppose you can't pick the same subclass, right? But the fighter's not a subclass for action surge.
That's true.
I mean, if I could, I would just go fighter champion like 5 times over.
Oh, the crit? Yeah, lower your
Yeah,
crit
just
rate.
have like, you know, be like, oh, I rolled a nat 1. I guess it's a crit hit.
Because
You know?
of how Warlock works, if you keep multi-classing the Warlock, by 5th level you get more spell slots than if you just took 20 levels of Warlock.
Oh, you're right.
I love it.
We found out how
Your
to fix
patrons
Warlock
are
guys and make it the
polyfool.
most broken thing in the world.
Don't engage with the game. Just don't engage with the game and never
Just
make
don't.
it past Warlock.
Yeah.
Oh, what if we, what was it? Oh, never mind. We're gonna ignore.
Yeah, through the game, sorry.
Let's, yeah, moving on.
In a more serious sense, just because my brain's not working, so I'm just grasping at straws. If you do like a sorcerer and a warlock, do you ever run out of spell slots?
So, there is a way to cheat that where you can have infinite spell slots,
Mm-hmm.
but most
Hopefully
DMs
allows
say no.
Yeah, isn't that like the coffee lock or something?
Yeah.
The coffee lock and the slightly less coherent crack lock.
Mhm.
That's my favorite.
So, if you're going that route, I will let you do some things as long as you're being reasonable with it. Like, I don't want you to do like, as you said, do the infinite thing. If you wanted to convert your sorcery things into spell slots to cast your warlock stuff more, that's fine. Just don't abuse it.
Yeah.
Though,
Just don't be a knob in it.
I think it would be fun one day if we did like an arena mode where we just had everyone and said, build the most powerful BS character you can, and
Oh,
then
you
let's
don't
like
want
fight
that.
each other.
Oh, you don't want that. You don't.
For
You don't want me
one
to be
day, I
Unchained,
think
I'm
it would be a
sorry.
fun experience for one single day. It's like running the Tomb of Horrors. It's fine to do it one
That's
time
fair.
and joke around with it.
That is fair.
Alright, we got some Roll20 here for you guys. Can everyone see this?
I think so, yeah.
Yep.
Nice.
I see a tavern.
Indeed.
On the
Think-
stream, I see a. There we go. Now
Yeah,
see
I
a
gotta
tavern.
adjust some things. Apologies.
I see London. I see France.
I had things set up for Discord so people couldn't see the names and things of people. Keep privacy, whatever. Ah, this is fine. There we go.
Yeah, it's fine.
You guys don't need to see the tools. Tavern. Whoa.
Tavern.
So, with this, going off of the little thing, your guys' characters are going to do the classic. You guys are going to meet in a tavern. As tradition, you guys are a group of rangers who try to get together every year to go on a common hunt. So, you guys enter into the tavern, prepared as always. How about everyone give us our first rolls, and that's how we're going to introduce our characters. Whoever rolls highest, let's roll d20.
Just straight D20.
Yeah, d20. Let's just see who rolls highest.
Whoa!
Oh, I wanted the 1. Yeah, that fits, yeah. Can't really stop that.
Let's go!
I
Big
see a
intention
d1
roll.
there.
Oh, wait, hold on a second.
There's a
Wait a second.
there's a problem. I think someone's volunteering to go second because I think Jimmy wants to go first.
Oh, that would happen. It would be like that.
All right,
That's nice.
you know, funny enough, they're rolled in the order we're gonna introduce them. How the things go. Jimmy, you're actually the only character that doesn't quite know the others yet. As you're sitting in that tavern before some others walking through the door, go ahead and introduce your character of what you see. What they see.
No, we lost somebody.
Let's see. I made a Hero Forge model for Jimmy. Jimmy the Squib is a generally unshoveled Minotaur. Very clearly handmade clothes. Mostly skins and leathers that have been somewhat crudely stitched together, but it works. The highest quality thing on their person is the sizable longbow strapped to their back.
Now,
Sorry. They'll just head up to the bar and order a drink.
hello. First time meeting you here. I'm Bertha. You see
Yeah,
a young half elven woman, dressed in a standard barmaid and having a apron on and everything. She's serving drinks and whatnot. She stops to greet you.
I don't usually come this far to towns. What you got here?
Oh, we got all sorts of things, ranging from your goat's milk to dwarven fiery whiskey. What's your fancy?
I want to get drunk.
I recommend the hard stuff then. She
I'll
goes
take the
ahead
hard stuff then.
and pulls a bottle out. She pops the cork and fills you up a drink. Um, Nice and foamy and everything, which is a little odd, but for coming out of a body and stuff. She then slides it over to you. She'd be like, "That's 2 copper."
You saying, mate?
That we do, we trade in.
He pulls out a small sack filled with freshly caught rabbit meat.
Oh, there's a bit more here than what you go. She go ahead and goes to the door, and she'll say, "Would you want payment for this or just more drinks for the night?"
Just more drinks.
Will do, I'll keep them coming. She takes the sack and she'll run off in the back. She does leave the bottle on the counter for you.
Sweet.
The drink itself, it does have a very rich, but then also like spicy burn to it. It has a very nice hop and fragrant scent. With that said, Jimmy, first time coming to town and whatnot, the door opens in as you see 3 other kind of people that look a little similar to you in skill-wise. You kind of get that like glint of recognition. As we're going to introduce Twig next.
Oh, is it me?
Yes.
Okay. One of the 3 people is a short woman. Probably around 3'2", brown hair, green eyes, pale skin, freckles. She's got very simple clothing, pants and a jacket, and walks with a kind of a mischievous glint to her eyes. Her ears are pointed, though she seems very childlike. Most interesting of all, she has a small crow sitting upon her shoulder. As she pulls up a stool and crawls her way onto it, she slaps down a few coins on the table.
Oh, great in there,
Oh.
Slow.
Oh, I love.
Hello. What can I get for you tonight?
Oh, I think a mug of cider will do just fine for me, love.
Mug of
maybe
cider.
And maybe some berries for Cree over here.
Hmm.
And the crow caws. Ah.
She goes ahead and gets you a nice mug of cider. She sets it down some, we'll say, they're kind of like these reddish little bright berries. They're a little bitter when you eat them, but yeah.
She waves to the other 2. Well, don't just stand there. Come on over.
Cannon, why don't you introduce your character?
Hell yeah. Let's see. Okay, so what you see is a fairly basic human man. Maybe around 5'10", a long mullet with dirty blonde hair, tan skin, some bright blue eyes, but, looks very tired, even though he's very kind. Has pretty normal adventure appeal, like apparel, basic boots, pants, shirt, other than a leather vest and a comedically large brimmed cowboy hat. As he walks in, he goes, well, hello everyone, it's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm Kimo Sabe. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Where? Give me 1 second. He starts to go out for about a solid minute and starts dragging in this tuft of almost like a disgustingly vibrant pink cloth as you see the grizzly bear being pulled into the tavern as he goes, it's alright now, Cotton, come on.
Oh
Come
my,
on, it's
that's
all right.
Bear.
Yes, he is. He's very gentle though. He won't make a sound or hurt anyone, right?
Oh.
Cotton? He gives a very intense stare to the bear. Cotton just kind of goes, "Argh," and saunters their way up to the bar. Funny enough.
She
You see
goes,
the bear is very, very grizzly. Light brown with splotches of gray. and they are currently wearing a terribly made, in terms of color sense, costume of bright pinks and blues with these bright silver clasps and harnesses holding it to the bear.
Hmm,
Clashing.
nice. Very colorful.
Mhm.
She says, well, she can see there's a lot of tables and chairs and whatnot. I suppose the only place he can be is up here by these two. Just conveniently, it's the only area that's has stuff pushed back enough where he can wander freely and not bump into things. Is up by the bar stool, we'll say.
That's not a problem. We can find our own table, right, Cotton? 2 ales though, if possible.
2, alright. She turns around, she goes to a cask, and she fills up 2 mugs and sets them down.
They Kimasabe grabs both of them and they saunter off to a random table in the corner.
The bear pushes aside one of the tables so he can properly sit.
Mhm.
The crow caws at the bear. Ah!
Cotton, it seems like they don't even notice and just keep walking.
With that, lastly we'll introduce Sylvie.
It's an older name. With the loud and boisterous noise, the front door of the tavern is kicked open, with the kicker sliding into the middle of the atrium area in a rather proud display of himself. That is a bear! That is an entire objective bear. There's an entire bear in this room. And nobody
imagine
is reacting
Everyone
to
looks
it.
at the bear
And
and they just see the bear currently drinking out of the mug of ale.
just licking up.
Bears are a lot less dangerous than people give them credit for. Just stay out of their way and they won't hurt you usually.
It's a bear. Tony Gonzalez, as we know him, is dressed in a rather odd garb from head to toe. It seems like it's like some kind of makeshift homemade sports uniform with a leather helmet adorning his head and a weird wooden club shaped absolutely without reason. He saunters up to the bar, sitting by the 3 people, and sets it by his side, looking at the various selection of drinks before him.
Oh,
He does not. Oh, howdy.
welcome. How can I be of your service?
You got anything to eat?
She looks down at the rabbits. Yes, we do. We have cheeses and meats and all sorts of herbs and oh, I got a stew cooking if you want some of it. A nice.
Kind of stew.
It's a beef stew. There's carrots and potatoes in them.
He looks at the. Is the stew like boiling within sight?
It would probably. We'll say yeah, sure. There's a fireplace. You can see it. You see a nice cauldron. You can see it bubbling there.
He looks at the stew. He looks at the Minotaur. He like places a hand on his shoulder. Sorry for your loss.
What?
He pats him and does not respond. So anyway, I'll take that beef stew, by the way.
Beef stew. She goes ahead and scoops out a bowl, and she kind of like sheepishly turns away from the Minotaur to set it against you after your comment. She sets the bowl down. Has a thick brown, kind of gravy-esque, like, watery stew to it. It's a little chunkier than maybe you would like a little thicker, but it's probably tastes pretty good.
Really works the jawline.
Well, I could get you a drink with that. Help smooth things
No.
down.
I think I'm worried about the drinks if the stew is somehow both watery and chunky enough to work my jawline. Thank you very much.
We're known for our drinks, not our food. Apologies.
I've noticed.
Wonderful cider, by the way.
Do you have bread?
Yes. She goes ahead.
Can I take
These-
some warm bread?
She's like, yeah, I can warm some up. She goes to a fireplace. She sets down a rack and she takes a couple loaves and sets it over the fire. And in a couple minutes, she flips it over, then brings over the hot loaf of bread for you.
Thank you. Jimmy DeSquib digs into the loaf of bread with his bare hands.
What a perfect way to test the ranger class. We're just ordering food.
There are
Look,
many
he's gotta feel
classes who
bad.
fail that test, so
Look, being a ranger means you can get fresh food whenever you want. But making bread in the wild is not possible.
Unrisen bread.
I think
Wait.
I
that sounds
want
like
unrisen
village
bread, I want risen bread. Like the
Unrisen
Christ.
bread.
I mean, say that to a magic user who can just produce food out of nowhere.
If it's
I'm not
risen
a
bread,
magic
isn't
user,
that
I'm a
called
ranger.
the unbread? As the bread has risen?
that's fair.
Oh god.
Boo.
Enough of that going off the this point. We're gonna jump into the more meat of it.
Mhm.
Stepping in, you see a towering woman, like 7 feet tall Goliath, who has like an eye patch in and wearing some plate armors, dressed with some like red garments and everything, and a cape. As she walks in with a couple of guards, and one person goes over and starts posting a thing in. She stops and eyes your party, and then steps over. She does a light bow with her head, putting a fist on her chest, and she says, Yulven Stormhall. I am a captain of the guard. You all seem to be capable individuals. I was wondering if I could request and recruit your services.
Meg looks down at herself, fairly childlike, tiny, and looks up at her. All right, if you say so.
We have been having attacks of wolves on the streets. They seem to be elusive, and also it's very strange they're attacking merchants just out in the open. Some people claim it's some sort of curse or whatever mischief, but I do not put a lot of stock into rumor. Fact is, 4 merchants have already ended up dead, and I need this problem dealt with.
Huh.
I am willing to pay handsomely for this.
Wait, how much?
100 gold each.
100 gold each for us, or like every wolf we bring in?
For each of you. Gee.
Damn.
If you would like, we could negotiate it on wolf contract. I could give you, I don't know, 20 gold per wolf you slay.
I don't care about the pay. I'll help.
The oddly dressed man is gonna slowly swivel his head up at the beef, at the slab of
The
beef,
beef.
at the
Oh,
beef,
beef.
and he's gonna look absolutely like offended and perplexed. I'm sorry, you what?
Huh?
You don't care about getting paid?
Yeah.
I'll take his pay.
No.
Oh, what?
Then, I mean, that makes things easier with me and we can ignore the paperwork. However, you'd be doing this town a service. You could call upon me on a favor if you would ask of it.
Hmm.
If you are in
Probably
need.
won't take you up on that either. I just like killing things that hurt people.
She smiles. I'd ask you
Wait,
to
I'm gonna
join
hurt
my
you.
guardsmen, but I take it you would decline.
Yeah.
I'd also like to say I don't really need any payment. It'd be just fine if you could look the other way in case I ever end up on the wrong side of the law.
She kind of narrows her eyes on you.
Fair guy,
If
you're
the
getting paid,
offense
right?
is worth 100 gold or less, I will look the other way.
Oh, why thank you, Sugar Pie.
Hearing mentions of Bear Man, Kinosabe kind of peeks up from his cup. Sorry, what? Pay! Pay! I love pay! Yes, we can do that. Absolutely. Yes. To which Cotton, pulling their head out of the tankard, now licked clean, kind of saunters up to the woman and sniffs her twice, and then gets up on two legs and holds out a paw,
She
seemingly in a gesture of good faith.
smells a bit of like sweat and whatnot from wearing all the armor all day and everything, and it being hot and everything. She's a little bit musty, but she kind of tilts as you hold out a paw. She's like, pauses for a moment and just takes her hand and gives it a very firm grip as she says, "Then we are of agreement. You'll get your pay when I see their heads."
And Cotton gets back down on all fours.
Alright, like, two of these guys are not getting paid. Can I have the pay?
She's like, we'll talk about it when you get back. We'll see. Impress me. These problems go away, I will be in a much kinder mood and maybe more generous with what I'm supposed to spend.
Lady, you got yourself a deal. Tony Gonzalez will kill himself a wolf.
I want the whole pack dead.
We'll talk about it whenever you're feeling in a better mood.
She turns around, lifts one hand, and waves as she walks out, and then signals the others to follow her as they leave the tavern.
Well, I thought this was gonna be a party, but I guess we're gonna start working in the middle of it.
What are you saying? You're speaking in, like, gibberish. There's some kind of weird layer to your voice that I can't quite understand. You know if you understand it?
I'm going to be honest, I haven't understood a word you've been saying. Who are you again? Points over to the man with the baseball bat, let's be honest here.
Look, man, you're barking up the wrong tree.
You got a genuine swatter.
He slowly turns his head again, as if grinding gear against gear. What the fuck did you just say to me? Look, okay. As the de facto leader of this here little clan, I say we go handle those wolves right now.
You ain't leading shit.
As
Jimmy
the de
will
facto
scrape
uncontested-
the bread crumbs from the counter into his hand, and then pour them into his mouth. Stand, thank the waitress, and then walk out the door.
Stay in the light in your travels. And she waves.
What is this, Mari?
Alright, as a de facto and uncontested leader of this here party, I say we head out.
Oh, what's that you got there, Cree? A coin? Oh, you naughty little bird. We're gonna have to leave that right here. And then she heads out.
Yeah, I was just about to say, did no one else pay the... I'll pay their time. He puts down a gold.
She's like, oh, this is
Right.
far too much.
It's keep the change, you know. It's all part of the grand gesture. I gotta go. He runs out the door. Same with Cotton.
Tony flips a coin, winks, and then immediately runs out behind the party.
Oof. You guys
Wonderful.
run out.
Y'all ever wonder if people think we're weird?
Gonna move you guys to the next map. Do you guys have tokens to throw down here?
I do.
Nope, but I could probably make one in a minute.
I got a bear. I know.
That
Someone
works.
will- that.
I can work with that.
I know someone has a bear. Controlled by. There we go. Let's do that. So there you go. You can have bear.
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
I don't have. I can just throw down
Honestly,
some.
generic man works.
Generic man.
Do I have generic man? I got Duragar. I got. Here's closest to generic man, I think.
Perfect.
You can play as Sephic.
Stalker.
There you go.
Generic man and bear. Let's go.
I'd like to,
I found the perfect image. Oh no.
uh-oh.
Oh fuck, I forgot how to make a token.
As a note, I'd like to keep an eye and ear out for any sign of wolves.
Go ahead and give me a perception check then, as you're traveling along the road of where you heard the so-called attacks came from.
Oof, 16.
16, pretty good. Yeah. As you guys been walking for a while. You guys go out town. You get been walking for an hour, and then after an hour, you're kind of just like, hang on, there are some tracks here. As you kind of push through the mud and whatnot, you do in fact see some paw prints and everything kind of stuffed into the road itself.
Do they seem recent?
You know, looking at them with like a 16, they look like they've been there for like a day or two. So they are a little older. But as you're going through them, you're looking through, there's definitely multiple wolves.
Definitely on the right track.
And then also one of them seems much larger. I mean, some of the tracks are much larger than all of the others, but it still looks very similar. Except it kind of tears up the ground a lot more. It's a lot harder to read and unrecognizable.
Probably got a dire among them. Hope you lot are good in a fight.
I wouldn't expect much from us.
Cotton can more than handle their own, you know. Don't have to worry about them as the weak link. Cotton's just walking, like not paying any attention.
I've run with this group for more than a few years now. Bunch of drunken reprobates and weirdos. I wouldn't be expecting too much from us.
Don't worry, Cotton can hold their ale. It's fine. You know, they need at least 5 before they're under the table. So,
And what about you, my good sir?
we don't talk about me. I'm not the star of the show. Come on now.
Yeah, I'm still a little surprised at the entire bear that we're just cool with hanging around us.
Would you rather fight wolves without a bear?
I'm gonna be real. I don't think I want a bear around in the first place.
Nah.
Does he like do any tricks?
Oh, you want to? Why, yes, he does. Thank you for asking. And he pulls out what appears to be 2 hand axes and goes, Cotton, come here. Come here, Cotton. Cotton ignores him for a solid second and then rolls their eyes and walks back over. All right, Cotton, show them. We all know you could do it. Juggle the hand axes. Come on, you could do it, Cotton. And you know what? We're gonna roll for it, because that's the
Roll
only way to do
performance.
this.
Or sleight of
Roll
hand, your
performance,
choice.
Kevin.
20 plus 4. Let's hope this works. Nope. All right. Nope. Cool. So we'll just do it this way, because I forgot how roll 20 works. It'd be an 18 total.
18 total. Yeah, as you do start, like I said, they're very begrudging about it. They're very reluctant, but they eventually go in and they throw the axe at, they catch it, and they start then throw the other axe up, and it's like, oh, they're actually doing it.
See, I mean, Cotton's a bit stubborn sometimes, but he's quite capable. He's, he likes to put on a show when he smells a good audience around. After about a minute or so, Cotton is fed up with the performance and drops the hand axes. Kimasabe has to pick them back up again and put them on.
DM, do you want me to send you the image that I found for the token?
If you want me to incorporate it, yeah, I could post it in here.
Yeah, I didn't want to like mess up and then have it be the entire size of the map. It is a beautiful image.
I
You know what,
see.
put in the example images. Here we go. It's perfect.
Give me one moment.
The favorite next. That's crazy.
The favorite Knicks, brother.
Oh, Jimmy. I love that your profile pic is zoomed in, but your avatar is zoomed out. Your token.
Yeah.
Usually it's the other way around, isn't it?
Why would it be the other way around?
Touche.
So, this bear, he does tricks with hand axes. Has he like ever dropped one?
Well, I mean, there's a learning curve, of course, but no, Cotton's always had a knack for performing, and he can use a lot of tools. He's very good at hunting, gathering, all the things that bears do too,
Has he ever like mauled someone?
Yeah. You want to see it?
I don't know what it is about you, but I feel like that was a threat.
What? No. I'm just saying,
That is a great image. That's a fantastic image.
he has his own temper. He's his own man,
Oh my god, I can
That's what
move
he
almost
feels.
everything.
Yes, I put it as all players because it's just much easier to do that. We're just doing one-shot setup, so.
Perfect.
Fair.
Me personally, this here piece of wood fell from the sky, and it imbued me with ancient knowledge from long forgotten past. It's a game called baseball.
Did you fall
You take
asleep
1
after
point of
getting a
psychic
concussion,
damage.
or-
No, I'm joking. It's the
If you
meta
take
gods disapprove.
If he takes 1 point psychic damage for every baseball reference he makes, he's gonna be dead before the wolves even come.
As I said, I'm
Let's go,
joking.
we're good.
Yes. As you are marching along the ground, the tracks get more apparent and whatnot, and eventually you guys come across. Go ahead, let's put down some march in order. So you guys see off in the distance, you guys can see the remnants of a broken, suppose I should reveal a little more, cart. And one of the wheels are torn off. There seems to be no signs of life around.
I'm going to draw my bow.
Kimosabe and Cotton take lead as they seem to be confidently sauntering down the trail.
One thing I forgot to ask. Did we want to say our subclasses or keep it secret until the end?
You'll never guess mine.
One of them may be more obvious than the others, but...
That's true. Yeah.
Ah,
It's probably going to be pretty tough to figure out which mine is, so I'll leave it up to our lovely audience to try to figure it out.
Alright.
I'll just say that I'm playing Hunter, because I think I mentioned it earlier. Tony is going to prepare a ball and a bat alongside the Minotaur.
Alright. Wait. I see what you're doing now, and that's really clever. That's a creative way to do ranged attacks. Anyhow.
is he gonna do the TF2 scout?
Bonk.
With
Please.
that. Yeah, what are you guys doing now?
I'm gonna go
Following
ahead.
the front party, keeping an eye on the area ahead, getting ready to loose an arrow at the first wolf that I see.
You're ready in an attack. Have an
Yeah,
arrow
I'm-
locked.
Active perception check. Yeah.
Give me perception.
Just to see if I see any wolves or other miscreants about.
Critters or varmints.
20. As you're creeping about, you're like, okay, wolves are in here. There's definitely something around. You hear something in the woods. You hear movement from over here, as well as over here.
Watch out, boys! You might be in for a pincher attack.
I'm sure we'll be fine, you know? Just take it one step at a time.
I'll extend my gaze to include the peripheries.
All right.
Question:
Are we
Do
gonna
you
be
guys
standing
want to
up?
roll initiative now and just start doing turn order stuff of what exactly you guys want to do?
That
You're
would
the
work.
DM. It's your choice.
Let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and roll initiative now.
Okay.
You are just on a monstrous today.
Jesus! And Jimmy is prepared.
I think it's +2 for me. Oh, alright, that works, yeah.
I mean, rangers are prepared. What are you?
You Rangers lead the way.
It's hard to
With
catch
the exception
a
of
bear
Twig.
off guard.
Except Twig. So, yep, it's gonna be Jimmy, and then... Wait, you guys both rolled the same, but you got a +4, so you're going
The
first.
+4 goes first, yeah.
Yeah. And then so on, and then it will be whatever's lurking in here for you guys. And then, yeah, let's go on.
5. Oh wait, should I go?
Yeah, what would you like to do? You already have a readied action for attack. You can now take a normal turn however you want.
I'm gonna keep readying my action to attack, and I'm gonna move forward.
You move forward.
Only 15 feet, moving up quietly and all that.
Yeah, go ahead and roll stealth.
Okay. Eight.
Quietly thump,
Goodness.
thump.
What a difference between my double 20 and your double 8.
Oh my god. That's hilarious.
Are these are that's ping everybody? I don't want to see it. Well, like, it doesn't matter. Are these rocks vertical? Do these have some height to them?
Somewhat, not that much. Like, they're up a few inches. It's not like a full-on rock. It would be more like difficult terrain.
How about this tree?
I would say the tree probably has a couple feet on it.
Climb the tree.
That's
Climb the
exactly the
tree.
plan, brother.
Hell yeah.
Wait, run up this tree, jump on this tree. There you go.
Let's go.
Plan of
Alright.
action.
Spaces were 5 feet.
Yes.
Just like yeah.
So you could diagonal 5, 10, 15, and then run up.
Yeah. All right.
Granted, you'll get at 25 right here, so maybe.
Yeah, that's true. All right. So, would you say that jumping onto the tree would need a roll, DM?
No, you can it's just a tree. It's not like you're doing anything miraculous. You can jump on top of a tree that's not moving.
I mean, there's a 100% chance I'm gonna fuck it up.
You know, don't roll a 1. Go ahead and roll a dice and just don't roll a 1.
I mean,
You
that
have a-
tree does look like it's covered in slippery moss.
You have a lot of faith.
What?
Okay, but like, what
whoa.
skill? Like acrobatics or athletics?
Your choice. Acrobatics or athletics.
Okay.
Make a choice.
What?
Make a choice.
Come on, Tony, what are you doing?
22.
Yeah.
You can do like a double flip onto the thing.
Another success for Tony Leguizamo.
Just gets the name
Who's
wrong.
that? I don't know who that is. I only know Tony Gonzalez.
Gonzalez.
I imagine he doesn't even jump, he just does a slide into the base.
He
Yes.
just
A
slide
vertical
up
slide,
the
yeah.
tree.
Off the tree. Breaks the laws of physics. Slides up a tree.
As baseball does.
Safe.
Alright, can I see anything from my new angle?
From your new angle, go ahead and give me an active perception check.
Oh boy!
Reveal over the logs a bit. I was peering into there.
A 7.
You're like, well, I can definitely see over the fallen tree, and you can see bits of blood and like torn cloth or anything, but you see no bodies whatsoever, and it looks like the goods are still in the cart.
Yo, free stuff.
There is free stuff in that wagon right now. One of you should go and get it. And that
Yeah,
will-
Tony.
Silence from the
Should go
crowd.
get it.
And that will be the end of Tony's turn.
You end your turn.
Yes.
Alright. Now time for Cotton. Cotton.
Get called.
Oh, Cotton and Kimosabe will be walking up. The main action is to dodge both of them.
Uh-huh.
So
You're dodging.
10, 15, 20.
Are you moving up stealthily, or are you just walking up
Oh
there?
no, not in the slightest.
Okay.
They want to be the center of attention. I think until the rest of the party goes, that's where they stop.
Alright.
Why do I have the weirdest feeling that Kimosabe is the animal companion to this bear?
Really?
You've just been saying
I
Copper's
mean,
doing this and Copper's doing
humans
that.
are
and I'm like,
animals.
he's the main character.
Well, that's because Cotton is the most important character. Same with all animal companions.
I would just like to say, technically, humans are animals.
That is true.
Shush you.
But yes, that is their turn.
Can't do anything.
After Kimosabe and Cotton, I believe it is the wolves.
Indeed.
Or whatever these mystery monsters are. Ooh.
War bears.
Are we fighting wolves or wards?
20
Three.
black dragons charge you
8
from the
bears.
Finally, a real challenge.
Alright, I
I've been
checked
waiting.
out. Go back.
500 wolves.
And you
Well,
know
that's
what?
dragons try to be mean, but they
500
might be-
more wolves. Anyhow, there's something already in actions.
Are we about to get clever girls?
I believe so.
Going off of your 20 though, you still you heard movement, Twig. You still know they're definitely over here and here. Like they haven't moved from there.
Ah. Hey Jimmy, how big's your character?
About 9 feet tall.
Okay. I have a climbing speed. Can I climb Jimmy?
If he allows it.
There's no trees close enough for me to climb, so I was just like, okay.
Just do what I did. Jump up a tree.
Yeah, I'd allow it.
Okay.
You
Can't you see anything? Just gonna keep an eye out for it, you know. Take a good listen to make sure there's no sneakies.
Yeah, you clamber up on top of the Minotaur. Now standing on their shoulders, you now look over. Getting a much better view of the land and everything around your area and whatnot, and you're like, "Ooh." Going off of your 20 before, you're pretty confident nothing has snuck up on you, but you definitely know, like, oh, there's something hiding over here and here.
Oh, she's going to she's gonna look at her little crow companion and speak to it. Hey Cree, go tell me if there's anything over there. Towards those logs. It's up to you whether the bird actually listens or not.
I mean, yeah, I'll let you use your bonus action to say the word to fly. Where did you want it to fly? Stood by the logs?
Over here-ish. Oh, that's the
Where?
wrong tool.
Cool.
Yeah.
It flies over. It gives a caca. That's it. And it circles around, and then it lands in the tree.
Yay!
You can interpret that however you will.
Okay. Twig's gonna take note of that, and that's the end of her turn. Away, my steed.
Back at the top of the order. Jimmy!
The true hero, Jimmy.
Jimmy!
5, 10.
You're moving some on your shoulders. Let's drag him with you.
Yep. I'm moving slowly so that she doesn't
Nice.
fall off or anything.
Rally ho!
Continue to be ready to shoot something.
You're ready.
Waiting very, very eagerly. That's my turn. I'm over.
Okay.
Sorry.
We're being so
I-
cautious.
It's 4 wolves. I think we could take 4 wolves. I'm gonna roll another perception check. Tony is gonna try and get a better bearing of his land.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll.
Right.
Here, look at Kaz. You're no longer sliding up trees anymore. You brush the moss off your shirt. You're like, time? You put a little T. You're like, brush. Alright, we're good.
That is an 8.
I I think I'm still safe, guys.
Perfect.
There is absolutely nothing protecting that wagon. I'm gonna tell you guys again. There's free stuff in it right now.
Yeah. It's real hard to hear over the thumping of a minotaur walking up, and that's all you hear. And you see free stuff and thumping.
Well, if it's free, why don't you go and grab it? You seem more than capable. You like money, right?
On one hand, money. On the other hand, wolves.
Yeah, but you said it yourself. They're just wolves.
On one hand, money. On the other hand, wolves.
Hell,
That
look
is
at the
the-
bear, you know?
That is the end of Tony's turn.
Alright. Yeah, why not? I'll play my hand early. Cotton begins to give out these guttural, almost screams in a way. As the wolves hear, understanding what Cotton is saying, you should come out now. If you do not wish to die, then speak or leave.
I see. I take it you took animal speak.
Yep.
Roll your
Very
choice of
intimidating, Cotton.
persuasion or intimidation.
Thank you. Let's see here.
I also
Absolutely
took animal
intimidating.
speak.
Oh,
Hell yeah.
I apology. Well, you would have been able to understood your bird. The bird would have
Yeah.
said, wolves.
Yeah, that's what I
shit,
figured.
wolves. Unnatural 20?
Natural 20.
Unnatural.
Unnatural.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
The dirtiest.
Filthy.
You go ahead and you hear some rustling in the bushes over here. You see a wolf limp out. It's going in there and it's hopping off of one of its back legs.
Kimosabe immediately puts up a hand and gets a bit lower and goes, "It's alright, everyone. We're just here to talk. We don't need to hurt people right now." More so talking to the party than the wolf.
The
Tony's just like breathing heavily, just swinging the bat at the air.
the wolf says, "You speak my tongue."
I assume they're expecting the person to be talking to them, but the bear immediately makes eye contact and goes, "Yes. What is it you need so you stop pestering these people?"
I see, Fuzzy One. And she's like, it's like, I see, Fuzzy One. You are a kin like me. She kind of sniffs and says, I do this for the pack. We follow our alpha. I will trust them.
If it is food or aid you require, we can provide, but only under the circumstances you leave. If you wish, we can speak to your alpha together. After healing you, of course.
They are not very kind. As they look towards their leg, those who do not follow them, they deal with.
Cotton looks at them extremely seriously and goes, "Are they beyond saving?"
They kind of tilt their head as they're like, I do not know. Though I can lead you towards them. They nod their head as they walk over here. They kind of go through here. They wait by the court.
Very well. And Cotton kind of nods his head. Kimosabe goes, all right, I think everything's been worked out. Meanwhile, all that you two, all that everyone else hears is a wolf and a bear just barking at each other. And Kimosabe will come up and use my talent. The funny haha bandage wounds.
Oh, bandage wounds. As because you're spending the focus points to do this, you knew that, and you're like, I can heal you. The creature's like, I do not need it. Do not waste it upon me.
You are providing aid. I will provide yours. And Kimosabe does it anyway.
As you go to do it anyway, the wolf's leg is unharmed. As you're kind of looking your exam, and it kind of barks at you. It says like, no, it's a matter of pride as it steps back. But you realize like, oh, hang on, wasn't it actually standing on its other leg? It switched its legs in the middle of its conversation of which one it was hurt on. As you're looking on it, I'm like, no, that leg's fine. I can't heal this or bandage it up.
I'm getting real Nuka World vibes from this.
Can we roll? Can he roll insight on the wolf?
Yeah, you can insight the wolf.
I'm debating whether or not Cotton fully cares.
That's completely fair.
No, I'm gonna say Cotton doesn't give a shit.
Let's go.
Cotton goes, if you hinder us, you will be left behind. Let's go.
Yeah. You don't have to spend focus points. You're good there.
Understood.
Because you didn't actually use the ability. You can inform the others, but as for now, you are the only one that knows. The wolf is not actually hurt.
Since Kimosabe is the one to do the patch job, he will say that, like, for whatever reason, this wolf just isn't hurt, even though I swore it was, so, like, I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah. Probably
what
leading us into a trap. I'll be prepared in case.
Yeah, it sounds right. From what I can tell of how Cotton's acting, I think we're going to find the big boy, and it's not going to be a good time. So let's give it our all, you know.
So that, do you do anything else on your turn? Do you move forward or anything?
Oh yes, they will begin to follow the wolf.
The wolf actually stops there and says they're right forward just by the cart, as they nod and kind of point towards the cart.
Perfect.
Can I roll insight?
Yeah, you can roll insight because you can also speak and understand.
At 20.
That wolf is clearly lying. I mean, they weren't entirely lying, they're mostly lying and are just trying to lead you into the trap. The whole thing of their alpha not being kind and them following their alpha, that's completely true. They are like, there's nothing you can say to me that's going to make me trust you more than my alpha. So they're kind of following orders, and they're trying to lead you into a trap. It's
Should I say that it's a trap, boys?
You're also,
I think it's pretty obvious. Go ahead.
with the natural 20 as well, this wolf is incredibly smart for a wolf. Like, something going on here.
Think we're walking into a trap, boys. I wouldn't go following that if I were you. But you do you.
And they will wait for the party, and that will be their turn.
What's your passive insight? I'm not insight, passive investigation.
Investigation. For Kimosabe, it's a 12. For Cotton, it's a 9.
Yeah, you're fine.
It's not very smart. Well, yeah, that's where they stop.
Cool.
Waiting for the party.
Come on, guys, the water's just fine.
Yeah.
That ends the turn. Next up. Who is next is the wolves, right?
I believe so, yeah.
As you kind of stop there, you guys do hear some movement from over here. And yeah, that'll be it.
That's fair.
I feel like I'm going full General Akbar with this. No? Nothing? Okay.
I don't know him.
I didn't. Oh
Yeah.
no. I
Figured
understand.
y'all are probably a little too young for it.
Oh, the movie's
hasn't seen
ancient.
Star
Everybody
Wars?
knows it. It's just like, was that in character or out of character?
Out of character. I'm like someone. I don't make modern references.
Huh?
Yeah, bears are pretty modern, I agree.
You just made a modern reference.
Yeah, out of character.
But in
My
voice.
character doesn't make modern references. Only I do.
Noted. Next up. You're up. Twig, what are you up to?
Oh yeah. Gonna go ahead and jump down off of the Minotaur.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna walk right up here and use my climbing speed to get on top of the log.
Yes, you climb right on top of the log.
Alright. Do I see anything waiting on the other side of that cart?
So you peer over to the other side of the cart. It seems empty, but what is your passive investigation as you're climbing on the log?
Passive investigation?
Yeah.
10, I think.
Alright.
Why'd you have to go with intelligence? My lady's got a 7.
Yeah, it's a good time. The curse of the ranger.
There's a subclass that does use intelligence, though. But anyhow, go on.
That is true.
Go on. I'm waiting for you.
You do not see any. There's clearly nothing over here. It just looks like a cart of stuff. You still see blood and torn fabric on the thing, but there are no bodies.
Would it be fine if I try something? I should probably drop the accent when I'm not speaking, when I'm not being here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you want to try?
Let's see. Oh. I'm gonna go ahead and attempt taunt. That's one of my racial abilities. As a bonus action, you can unleash a string of provoking words at a creature within 60 feet of yourself that can hear and understand you. I don't have to be able to see it.
Correct.
So I'm going to direct a taunt towards the space right around here, just in case there's anything nasty.
Yeah, go ahead and roll a taunt. Do they have to make a save?
Yes, I believe it's a wisdom saving throw against my DC, which is it keeps resetting on me.
I still can't get over the medieval baseball soy jack.
It's great. It's a wonderful image. I'm so glad.
It really
I found
sums up the character, honestly.
It's beautiful. It's exemplary.
They have a +1. All right.
When I shit you not, whenever I found it, I was like, "That's him. There he is, in all of his beauty."
That's the guy.
What do you say to provoke a wolf?
Any hairless, flea-bitten, I'm I'm trying to think of terms that won't go against Twitch, you know?
Your
Or do
mother
you
was
say-
a polar bear and your father was reeks of elderberries.
You left-footed,
Any
backwards walking, mushroom-wielding dungflinger.
any flea-bitten mongrels hiding over back there, slinking around like cats?
As you say that, you hear a voice bark out to you. How dare you? I am a proud wolf. As running out, they're going to use their ready action. They're going to move and they're going to dash up to you. You see a wolf right there. Run out from the wolves. You then hear a second voice that calls out from the woods that's like, hey, that wasn't the plan. What are you doing?
By the way, the result of a fail is disadvantage on attack rolls against targets other than me until the start of my next turn.
They simply
So
ready
it's only
dash, no attack.
Well, good, because I have 16 points of health, so I am a wet napkin.
Yeah, you
Well,
heard a
yeah.
second voice right here.
I think I do have my action still.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't have any movement speed.
As for the Minotaur, Jimmy, you had a readied action. You do see a wolf just run out from the woods after Twig climbed up onto this branch and said something. There's a wolf running here. If you'd like to take your ready action to shoot, you can.
Very much so. 24? Will that
That'll
hit?
hit, yes.
Okay. I'd like to add Elemental Strike to that. if I can.
Elemental Strike. What's giving you a +7? Wow, that's...
Dex 16, proficiency to archery, fighting style.
Oh, yep, archery. That would do it.
Mm-hmm. Rangers hit things. It's the one thing in base ranger that they're good at.
Yep.
So,
And
Jimmy racks an arrow back,
it's dead.
and
How do you like to do it?
Jimmy racks an arrow back, and anyone who's observing him sees he sort of slides the arrow at a certain angle against the bow, which causes sparks to fall onto it, which lights the arrow on fire, and then releases it, piercing directly into the wolf's head.
Yeah,
The fire spattering against its fur as it goes.
as you ready that arrow, the wolf cries out, "How dare you!" As it's charging up, running up, ready to pounce and leap at it. An arrow just goes, whoop, and it hardly even gets a whimper. It's just like, eh! And then slumps over and crashes into the ground. Fire kind of smolders out with a little black burn against its face.
Now, none of that.
With that, yeah, so?
I was just gonna ask, since I still have my action, can I make a blind attack towards the other voice that I heard?
You may take your blind attack.
Okay.
Will be at disadvantage.
Whip out my hand crossbow, and if this hits, it'll be an attack of thorns. So even if it's a near miss, it can still hit them, you know?
Yep, you're using attack of thorns. Spend those points.
2 focus points. And hand crossbow. Oof.
That will miss as you fly in
I
there,
rolled
but you do hear the arrow burst and explattered, and you hear a whimper. Go ahead and roll the d10.
Oh.
Oof.
Wow. Sorry,
Uh,
y'all. I'm not made for combat.
For that, I recall, what did we decide for the bonus damage? Was it just your proficiency and modifier, or were we doing ranger level? I forget.
Quar?
Thorn. I'm just gonna... Attack of Thorn, spend 2 focus points, deal 1d10 piercing damage. Oh, it's just d10.
I think the idea is that it's probably gonna hit, so you're already doing damage, and then it's
Yeah.
additional damage to everyone around it.
You right. So
Yeah.
you hear just 1 point of damage,
Mhm.
as you do
Oh.
hit something, but you're pretty confident you missed. You're like, oh, you shot here, but you heard the whimper from here, and you're like, oh, all right.
All right. Well, that's the end of my turn.
End of your turn. With that, they're all going to use their reaction as you killed one of them to dash out and charge you all. As you hear a barking, a much louder, like thunderous howl come from over here. As you see this massive wolf crawls out from the tree line.
Dire spotted.
Along with it, running out of that will be a wolf charging towards you. And let's see here. It's difficult terrain, so they're actually just going to go. These two are going to just dash and run over this way. Alright, that will be there. Oh, this one also gonna dash out. This one will run up. There you go. That'll end their turn. Their reaction turned.
Well, I darn near sold my armor.
I didn't understand a single word you just said.
I love the idea of the entire party not understanding people with accents.
And we all have different accents.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's great.
I think I know your guys' party name. The accent.
The tilde.
We can't even say tilde, it's just the tilde. Okay.
The tilt.
That's fair,
Communication kills.
With that, top of the order again.
Would be Jimmy.
Jimmy, you're up.
Gonna need your help, Jim
Everyone's-
Jam.
Huh?
Gonna need your help up here, Jim Jam.
Alright. Then that will be my priority. I'm going to attempt to shoot the wolf that is next to Twig.
You miss.
Will a 26 hit?
Man, AC 27. You just barely. No. Fire away.
Speaking of fire.
8 points of
not
damage.
so good, but hey.
You do fire an arrow, and it just clips it into the shoulder this time, a little off true to its mark. But you do some good damage to it.
I'm just imagining the sounds like thunk.
Hits into it, whimpers, gives a cry out from the burning pain. Anything else?
That'll be my turn.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, I don't have any bonus actions.
Oh, hey, I can give you one if you want. I got a few laying around.
Alright, so it's my turn now, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, Tony's gonna look at the wolf currently biting at his ankles. And then he's gonna look at the dire wolf hanging out the back, in the back lines. He's gonna spin his bat at his side and point it towards the large beast. Gonna knock it right out of the park. That is him using Hunter's Mark, which I get a free one at the beginning of each combat.
Yeah, you get a free one every combat.
And that's my bonus action.
I'll mark it.
Did you hear that, guys? He gets a free one every combat.
Yeah.
A free one? Wait, no one told me.
Put a red dot
Fuck
on
the
it.
bear,
It's
I'll be
marked.
Hunter.
So I have a question involving that, right?
Yes.
No.
No? Okay.
What's the question?
Sorry, I'll stop being a shitter.
Alright. Prey, starting at 3rd level when you attack a target. That doesn't need a bonus action, that's just if I attack, right?
Correct.
Mhm.
good. Wondrous.
Yeah, that way it also stacks with levels, so when you get extra attack, it could trigger twice.
Let's go.
Now the real question: can you hit?
That's exactly what I'm gonna spend a focus point. Ooh, I'm gonna engage with the features of the reworked class. Impressive, right?
Jail this man.
Kill him.
What a criminal.
And I'm gonna add a +2 to my hit.
Oh, so that is focused attack, right? So the fun
Yes,
one
it is.
about that is you don't have to do it before the attack. You can see if it hits first and then add it afterwards.
That's really useful, actually. I like that.
Yeah.
Let's see. No!
You know, I think you should
Impossible!
keep the focus point.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you're
I
at
think I'll
disadvantage, but it doesn't
Wait,
really
wait.
matter. As you
Oh,
go
yeah,
up to
disadvantage.
shoot the arrow, you're like, draw an arrow. Baseball, right? Apologies, my bad. You take your
No,
baseball, you throw it up into there, ready to hit it out, and then the wolf at your feet jumps up and bites at the ball, and they snatch the ball from you as you swing and miss, and you're like, huh?
We all have bad days. Now you need to wrestle a ball out of the wolf's gullet.
Wait.
I'm
wait a
just
second.
I'm just imagining this soy jack being like that. He loses his ball and he just turns to us and goes, "We all have bad days."
Can I roll a 20 for animal handling?
That'll be
For
a
what?
check on your another turn. You don't have your action.
Right. Correct. I'll wait.
Yes.
This is why you always stock up on balls.
And jerky, apparently.
True. Is that your
Well,
turn?
Yeah,
Tony?
that's unfortunately my turn.
Good, good. That is me then. Bonus action, cotton. You notice them start to actually grow bigger. The fur actually starts to curl a bit at the ends as it enlarges. Extends is the correct word. And you see small bone protrusions coming out of the areas that aren't still covered up by the terrible light pink and blue costume as they shift, gaining some bonus temporary hit points. There we go. That's words.
Oh, yeah.
Watch out, he's got a golden compass.
He got inflated, making him
Let's
big
go
and round.
3 for a total of 7,
Nice.
which will be useful. As I come back to the map, Kimosabe will come down. Kimosabe will stop there. His
Alright.
action is to dodge. 5, 10.
For the temporary hit points, did you use the bonus action?
Yep.
Sadly, how Animal Companion works, you do use your bonus action to command him. So you can move the
I'm
creature,
aware.
but yeah, just letting you know.
Oh, well, I thought if I don't order one, that he just dodges.
Yeah, he can dodge. You can still move them, like as normal. They just can't attack this turn, is what I thought you were
That's
doing.
the plan.
Okay.
Yeah, Kimosabe is just dodging. He's just sitting there. Cotton, the real character, is sort of sitting here now as a wall between the dire wolf and everyone else.
Nice.
I think he will also dodge, and that will be their turn.
Alright, that ends the turn. Back up to the wolves then. Yes. Well, let's start with the one right in front of you. Let's go ahead and make an attack against you. Mine at your little tootsies.
Oh, I need those.
Let's see here. So, 17 plus 4 to hit for a 21.
But we are dodging.
You are dodging. They have disadvantage. You're right. 10. Does a 10 hit?
No, it does not.
Insane.
it goes into bite and it thinks it grabs you, but actually just bit some fabric as it then misses, and it's like, huh?
Inhuman reaction.
It's a costume, but it's also a visual flashback.
Then go for the one in front of you. It's not going to drop the ball. It's instead just going to claw you. 12 to hit our baseball player here.
It does not hit.
Does not hit. You go in, you miss. Alright, with that we're gonna go. This one's gonna move up over. It's gonna go over here, gonna go over along. This one's gonna go over here, go over. Gonna go like that, move in.
I'm in danger.
Indeed.
This is
This other one's
rounded.
gonna attack you. This one will actually attack the bear, we'll say. Or, nah, we'll attack you. That way it has advantage because pack tactics. But you're dodging, so straight roll.
Mm-hmm.
7.
Let's go.
It goes in to like bite you, and the bear just swatted away like a cat and says no.
Cotton is sassy. This works.
2 attacks against Twig though, as they're surrounded by the 2 wolves. They're gonna attack with advantage.
Uh-oh.
Does so 17 to hit.
My AC is 13.
Oof. We'll roll a second time. Well, that's a 13 on the dice. That's 2 hits.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Oof. So I see. Just gonna roll.
That's why I said I'm in danger.
As the 2 bites come in, one goes over, bites your leg, and starts pulling at you. The other jumps up and leaps and bites onto your arm. That didn't roll. 17 points of damage. Oof.
I'm down to -1.
Oh no!
Ooh.
As
That's
yeah,
good to
you
know.
guys see one thing bite and drag them onto the ground. The other wolf jumps on top of them, starts biting at their like shoulder and neck. You guys see, Twig stops squirming around a bit. So they hit their head on the tree and they're unconscious.
Damn, I had to watch a kid die today. Shit's fucked, yo.
That'll
I
end
think
the
this
wolf's
is-
turn.
I think
Or
this
about
is when
wolves, too.
Kimasabe goes. Wow, well, Cotton, guess negotiation isn't your thing, huh? Cotton looks very disappointed.
Also, I noticed a lot of my focus talents overlap with what everyone else had.
I mean, that's bound to happen. You know?
Yeah.
It's
I
not
mean, I got
necessarily a
animal
bad thing.
talk and bandage wounds, and I'm just like, damn. Do you have fog powder too?
No. No, that's a you
I mean,
thing.
with the particular specialty that you went for, you're gonna have a lot of overlap.
Yeah. Eventually, you'll have all the overlap because you'll have all talents.
Every last overlap.
Doesn't seem that
Also-
big, because I'm about to get ripped apart by wolves.
Oh. We'll see.
I'm sure you're fine. I'm sure it's fine. But more healing is always useful. I will say that.
With that, the wolves start gnawing at you. That ends their turn. Next up is Twig, unfortunately. Roll a death saving throw.
Hooray!
I like to also do a fun thing. Normally on my stuff, I like to keep them secret. You don't have to. You can DM it to me if you want. But you could also just roll it there for everyone to see.
Sure.
I think
More
it-
fun if everyone sees, because then everyone knows.
I like the idea when they don't know because I think that's more fun because you then don't know and you're worrying about and you're like, oh, are they okay? In the middle of combat.
I always enjoy assuming death, so you know.
Assume
And it's
the
just
worst.
it's just a straight D20, correct?
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right.
Below a
Think this is
10
how
is
you
a
send it.
failure.
No, that's not how you send it. How do I whisper it again? God damn it. Fuck it. That's a
Okay.
failure.
Oof, one fail.
Yeah, if you guys don't get me next turn, I am dead.
You get 3.
Well, there's a problem with that. There's a slight problem.
Hooray for death!
Jimmy, back to you.
Owie.
See someone struggling with the wolves.
5, 10, 15. I'm gonna shoot the wolf that I already hit.
Okay,
24?
that definitely hits.
11 piercing.
It is dead.
20, 25. And it's a full action, so I can't do that till next round. But I'm here at least.
Yeah.
We all got bandage wounds.
Yep.
Good.
It's literally the best.
I didn't take it.
Good.
I mean, it's weaker than Cure Wounds if you're above half HP, but below half HP, it's better than Cure Wounds. So, you know.
I'm below
mean,
half
I
HP.
Yes, you are.
Just below at half HP.
I'm in danger.
Alright. Next up, we got Tony, right?
The guy. Yeah. Alright. You know what they say the definition of insanity is?
No refreshment.
Well, it's doing the exact same thing over and over again.
And expecting a
Oh.
different result.
So I'm gonna use a focus point.
Okay.
Let's see. It can't possibly be terrible.
Oh, it can.
18. Does an 18 hit the dire wolf?
An 18 definitely hits that dire wolf. The big,
Alright,
massive wolf. However, there's a creature within 5 feet of you and you're making a ranged attack, so your ranged attack is at disadvantage.
True. You know what? I'm gonna call it. The 18 is gonna be the smaller number.
Quite possible.
Well,
Well,
technically,
you're technically
you're
wrong and right at the same time.
Yeah.
It is the smaller number.
That's the bit, baby. That's how we roll.
18 will definitely hit. As you spin the focus points, you go in, you hone in, and you're like, I got this. Whack!
Alrighty, and then I would like to use another focus point. To use Prey, starting at 3rd level, whenever you attack a target marked with Hunter's Mark, you can spend 1 more focus point and choose one of the following effects.
Yep.
I want to use Slayer to do a 2d6 on top of the damage that I would normally do.
Go ahead and deal the 2d6 damage.
So
And
3d6
roll the normal.
plus 1d8 total, I believe.
Indeed. Or,
Okay.
yeah.
So I'll roll the 3d6 first.
That
Damn.
works.
Ooh, 12 points.
And then the normal bow damage.
Alright.
I'm thinking maybe I should have worded that so it should only be 2d6 as it increases the hunter dice by 1.
Hmm.
Because I think that'd be
Yeah,
much
that-
stronger
yeah.
later on. But let's run it like this. For
Right.
now. Just thought.
D8 plus 4, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go.
Wondrous hit. One hit, you go wham, you crack into there, and you hit it right in the eye as blood starts dripping out of it. It turns its head and barks at you. It is immediately bloodied.
Ah! Ball! Alright, that's my turn.
Okay. I believe after you it is me.
Indeed.
Alright. We gotta start working on this stuff. So Cotton will move over here. Cotton's action, they make their attack. Oh, wait.
Do you roll a
Flanking.
d12?
So,
Oh.
no,
12
that's a
will hit.
D20.
AC is
Uh,
11.
Let's go. So, because Cotton is the real character, that'd be 9 damage total, as they basically just lay their entire body focusing on their claws into the wolf and then pull them out.
As you lay into the wolf, you crash into it, it whimpers to just scrape up, it is bleeding but still standing up.
This is just him talking, but Cotton goes, "I was not lying." And then Cotton's bonus action, Kimosabe does his attack. Let's see here. I believe it's +4 for him to hit. Where? Indeed it is. There's that, so because of the +2 from flanking, it would be 11 total.
That will hit. Meets it, meets it.
Let's go. And then 1d8 +4. Total of 9 damage.
It is out. You sink the blade into it, and just with a quick stab, you just hear a snapping of the spine as it falls limp.
Alright. With that, both Cotton and Kimosabe kind of turn their attention towards this one to see, like, hey man, what are you gonna do? And that will be their turn.
Cool.
What are you gonna do, man? Came for the
Well,
wrong head.
it's their turn, so let's see what they're going to do. This one, being now angry at said baseball player, is going to run up here.
Pack tactics.
It is going to pack tactics attack you. So 2d20s. Plus a 5 to that. Does a 24 hit you?
Yes.
Alright, so it's going to deal 44 then.
44 damage. Wow.
It do be a lot.
Plus 2? It didn't roll.
What's going on? with your things
16
there?
points of damage as you feel the massive weight of its jaws snapping into your side.
Wait, just 16?
Just 16.
Yeah.
I'm alive.
You're alive! Let's go!
Let's keep that up.
I'm alive. The next one gives you is a nat 20.
The next one
Yeah.
is going to attack that's right next to you. Just because I think it's funny, it's gonna spit the ball out at you as its attack. There's a plus 4 to
stop
these,
it.
so 19 to hit.
Yeah, hit.
I'm just gonna do a d4 as a ball bonks you in your head. You take 3 points of damage.
Still alive.
Funny
Let's
enough, the ball alone is a reflavored dagger, so that works.
You're still up. Good to hear.
Yay.
This one seen here, it's going to look at you to just murder that guy. Looking at these, it's going to...
You should run.
Go ahead and roll intimidation, because that was the one that was limping anyways.
Hell yeah. 18 total.
Yeah, it kind of looks over at the outlet and looking there. It's going to disengage. And then proceed to run into the forest. This one right here. It's going to attack the new threat. Clearly, it's next to them.
Fair
So
enough.
go ahead and bite at the Minotaur. 13 to hit you.
We'll miss.
Miss. Jumps up to bite, claws, it slips on the tree and stumbles down. It rolls. It is still up.
Okay.
Oh, one thing I forgot to do with the alpha. It's going to have you, Tony, make me a strength saving throw or get pulled prone. DC will be 13.
Nat one. Nat one.
You're good.
Oh.
You're still standing.
Ooh.
All right, that'll end the wolf's turn.
Hey, yo, Tony, you juicing over there?
Hell yeah, I am. I'm
Nice.
juiced on the Lord, brother.
Oh, great.
Babe Ruth, whoever that guy is.
Whoever that guy is.
Ray the Booth.
Ray the Booth.
I hear about this guy, Babe. I hear about this guy, Ruth. He's supposed to be a real babe.
After wolves, it is Twig's death saving throw.
Twig, go ahead and roll.
Just don't roll a 1.
Roll that 20. Get up and punch this wolf in the face.
It's gonna be a 1. That's an 8.
It seems very similar. I don't know. I'm getting deja
9
vu.
minus 1 is 8.
Ah, it's
So,
9 last time. Oof. That'll end Twig's turn.
Yay!
Sadly.
All right.
Jimmy, you're up.
Okay. I'm going to heal.
Yes. So you go down and you see Twig's kind of bleed out in front of you. Their collarbone, there's some teeth marks on their neck, and you're like, don't worry, I can patch this up. You go in there. I'm assuming you're using first aid or bandage, whatever it
Bandage
is.
wounds.
Yeah, bandage wounds. Go ahead and roll the 2d6.
What is talent modifier?
So talent modifier is whatever you use your talent for. So it's dependent on your subclass. Some of them uses intelligence, most use wisdom. Yours is probably wisdom.
All right. So that'll be 2d6 plus 3.
Yeah. So they're typically going to be wisdom. There are some intelligence ones such as arcane archer or sentry. And then I think the companion one is wisdom or charisma.
I chose charisma.
Because I think that's fun.
Cotton's such a cute boy.
Twig, as you get bandaged up, your eyes come to. You are healed 12 hit points as the bleeding has stopped as you regain your consciousness. Looking up towards a minotaur and a wolf with some bloody teeth.
Ow! That hurts like a solar gun.
It'll all be over soon.
I'll put you out of your misery.
Ready,
Stab.
short sword.
Damn. Real tragedy, that.
One more wolf.
It just wouldn't feel right if I didn't put you down myself.
Yeah. Heals her, then goes for the curb stomp.
I didn't want the pay. I wanted your corpses.
Good pay. Bear pelts go for a lot.
Anything else?
The boss said I get paid per head. Didn't say it had to be wolf head.
I'll get paid for head. You should do that for free.
All right. Reel it back.
I still don't have anything that acts on a bonus action, so that's it.
Do you have a light weapon? That's just a normal feature.
Alright. I'll make that offhand short sword attack then.
Offhand short
Sword.
attack.
They're
Whoosh.
prone, you gain advantage.
That'll hit. D6, but no modifier.
So 5.
5 points of damage. Let's go. Good hit. Still.
For flavor, I'm gonna say that Jimmy just pulls an arrow from the
Quiver.
quiver and stabs the wolf.
You draw the arrow, wham, you stick it into it, it yelps and leaps backwards, and it growls at you.
That's a real Legolas moment there.
And
Fuck off to the woods now, and I might let you live.
Tony, you're up.
I am going to disengage.
Alright.
And I'm gonna smugly finger gun at the wolves in front of me while walking backwards towards the bear duo.
I gave this wolf the sentinel feed, I'm making an attack. No, I'm joking.
I
Go
like
ahead.
to think that the finger guns was the disengage. Like they're just they're so distracted by the audacity.
You're just like, I got this.
Alright, then I'm gonna walk past Kimosabi and pat him on the shoulder. You're up, bud.
As you walk past, you actually notice that Kimosabi's weapon of choice looks exactly like bear claws, funny enough.
It looks like a
that is-
donut.
Yeah!
Yeah, like a bear
Yeah,
claw.
but like sharp one. Really funny.
It's a stale donut.
Yep. He taped stale donuts onto his gauntlet, and that's what he uses to hurt people with.
And that will be my turn.
Nice. Cotton, you're up.
Alright. Let's see what we got here.
Even the DM's calling you Cotton.
I would hope.
It's Conan, right?
I'm Canon, the character is Cotton. It
Ah,
makes sense. I accept
I
both. it's
see.
fine.
I understand. Apologies.
Hey, whatever you want to call me, I don't really care. It's all good.
Isn't Cotton the bear?
Yes,
The bear is the character, though.
Yes.
the bear's the man. Alright. Cotton will move up here. Kumasabe will move 5, 10, 15. Yeah, we'll take the chance, 20.
All right.
Or if it's difficult terrain, he has more than enough movement.
It is
and we will
difficult trying climbing
focus-
on a tree, but you're fine.
We will focus this wolf.
Cool. You get that plus 2.
So- Indeed. That's. I'm very happy for the plus 2.
It's stacked, so if we got a third person here, it'd be a plus 4.
Hell yeah. Good thing I'm the only melee. Let's see here. Plus 8 for Cotton's attack. 17 total to hit a normal wolf.
17 will definitely hit the normal wolf.
Let's go. 6 plus 4. 11 points of damage.
The totally normal wolf, dead in 1 hit. How would you like to kill it?
I think Cotton just does the stereotypical bear thing of like starts to nudge it over and then begins to disembowel it because that's
Oh, yeah.
just what he's feeling like.
You just push it over with your weight, and then you just start tearing on its insides.
I think Cotton will use his bonus action for Kimosabe to try and hit the dire wolf to get its attention.
Yeah, go ahead and roll attack.
I'll do that. Not a T, it's an R. And it's not flanking, so it's only a plus 4. 7 misses, I'm assuming.
Indeed.
Alright. And that will be their turns.
All right.
Wolf, wolf, wolf.
Hey, alright, hold on, listen. Don't cheer for the wolves.
Wolf turn.
Wolf, wolf, wolf.
Well, go ahead. I think we're gonna attack. The dire wolf would. You attacked it, so it's gonna go after you instead of the bear.
Alright.
Go ahead and go. Let's see here. Plus 5 to hit. 9 to hit though.
Let's go. It fails.
And this one, still seeing the one who stabbed it with an arrow being more of a threat, is going to make an attack.
I thought it would have been funny if it's just like, I'm up, attacks, I'm down.
That would be funny.
9 to hit you as well. Missing. The wolves do such. But then you guys hear rustling over from the woods. This wolf steps back out. As well as crawling over, you guys see a humanoid wolf hand grab one of the trees and peer outwards. You guys see a towering
Whoa.
lycanthrope, though it is wearing furs as well as human bones. You see sets of skulls around its waist, as well as one on each of its shoulders, and human bones strung across its chest, kind of like a boned shirt, as it kind of chimes and chings. It's holding a staff with several bones that clink together as it crawls out, and it calls out, "Enough of this! Stop, all of you!" The wolves turn back and kind of whimper as they look towards it.
Alright. Cotton just gives it full attention.
Are any of you guys wishing to pursue aggressive actions?
I was absolutely ready to send another ball straight at the direwolf.
You are welcome to do so. I'm just saying we're going to stay in initiative then.
I mean,
Oh,
I'm on the ground. I can't do anything.
it would be really funny. It
The
would be really
wolf
funny.
will, actually, yeah. The dire wolf will walk over there and provoke opportunity attack if you wish to take it.
Nah.
And this one will also walk over here, provoking opportunity attack from the both of you if you wish to take it.
I mean, I don't think I can.
I mean, you can at prone, you just have disadvantage.
Tony doesn't attack.
Wait, Tony, what does that mean? What do you mean tag?
Oh, I suppose it could actually get here.
Attack. Cody does not attack.
Okay.
I should have
I don't know if you're
enunciated better.
tagging with your bat or your hand, so I gotta be wary.
Alright. So, no more further aggressive actions, or we stayed in order?
No more aggressive actions from me.
I fully intend to shoot the lichen
Oh, alright. We're staying in initiative then.
when my turn comes
That
around.
ends it.
And
Goes towards...
Anyone who proudly displays the corpses of their victims is not someone I'm willing to negotiate with.
Alright.
Yeah, that's fair.
Twig, your turn.
You can call me either. It's fine. I suppose I will use half my movement to stand up. Better than laying down. Well, I had a whole thing planned, but now I can't do it.
I mean, if you're feeling lucky, you know, you could try.
No, it's I was gonna vault over the wolves, but now all the wolves are dead.
Yeah.
So she's going to go 20 feet, or actually no, 15. Yeah. She gets on the cart.
Yep.
Just so that she's got safety.
Come onto the cart. I'll give you
Yeah.
half cover for ranged attacks.
All right. And then she'll reload her crossbow and hold an action.
You're ready to fire.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Jimmy, you're up.
That's-
Top of the
yeah.
order.
Sweet. Having trouble tabbing. Alright, okay. Shoot the lichen.
Okay.
Oof.
That will actually hit.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I'm gonna add elemental strike to that. So
Alright.
6 plus 5 fire damage.
Your normal damage is not magical, right?
Correct.
Cool. Your arrow goes in as you see the arrow itself, like, splinters and breaks against her hide. As then you see the fire, though, lights it and singes her as she hisses.
killer, monster, you die today. All right.
I think
That's my turn.
both Cotton and Kimosabe just do the very slow turn of like, what the fuck?
All right, is that your turn, Jimmy?
Yep.
Nice.
As if the entire world went slow motion for him as you saw the arrow fly past him into the direwolf. Tony's face slowly breaks into elation as he throws up a baseball and gets ready to absolutely fucking smack it directly into the direwolf with as much strength as possible.
By all means, yes.
Not sure why we're fighting the Woolly Kitten right now.
Home run. Let's go. Take it.
Just in his brain, it's just like classical music and just pure bliss. Does a 21 hit?
Absolutely.
Alright, I would like to use my last focus point to turn my 1d6 into 2d6.
You turn the 1d6 into the 2d6. Let's go.
Alright, first
One,
I will
one.
roll longbow damage. Come on, be funny. Dice, I need you to be the funniest right now. 7. Well, that's pretty funny.
Pretty fun.
That's pretty funny. Alright.
Now 2d6.
13?
How would you like to do this? It's enough.
As the bat makes contact with the wood, he releases it with one hand and lets it fly out as tears leave his eyes in bliss, and an absolutely violent crack fills the forest air, and the ball just goes clean through the direwolf, and he's just left in the last position with the bat pointed to the sun and tears flowing down his face. Out of the pock.
You also then see birds cry off and fly off in the distance.
Since you just killed it, you should bonus action move the hunter's mark.
You can.
Right, yeah, I'm gonna move the hunter's mark. I don't think it'd be efficient to put it on the creature that doesn't take non-magical damage.
Oh, that would be the most efficient, because hunter's mark is magic.
True! Then I'm
Correct.
gonna do that. I'm gonna use my bonus action to move the hunter's mark onto the lycanthrope.
It's marked. Put the red dot.
He's gonna swing his bat and then point it at the lycanthrope. You next, pal!
Oh, there's
I
actually
think-
a mark.
Hell yeah. I
Target.
think as soon as they're able to lock eyes with Jimmy to truly convey the silent "what the fuck," that happens, and then Cotton and Kimosabe both again slowly turn back over to Tony to again louder be like, "What the fuck?" And then
Exactly!
I feel like they've gotten enough tussles to fully understand where this is going, despite their immense displeasure about it. So they will. Kimosabe will move 10, 20. We'll call those difficult terrain because it makes sense.
Mhm.
30, 40, and then Cotton will move up 5. And there'll just be a wall against the... there'll be the raging wall against the storm of pain that's about to come, and they will both disengage. Or, not disengage, dodge. And that will be their turn.
So
So-
beautiful.
Now it's the wolves.
Wolves. For you, because you can speak animal and everything, the lycanthrope will say, "Go, stay alive for the pack."
Whatever. Go, my wolves.
And these two will actually disengage and
Hold
run
on.
away.
the one that was standing here.
Yeah.
As soon as it moves, I unleash my crossbow.
You roll attack.
Hmm. I was just waiting for them to do something, you know? Okay. And crossbow.
That'll
Oh.
hit.
5 piercing.
5 piercing. Bolt sticks into its hide, but this one's already hurt.
Mm-hmm.
It's mortal. It limps. Actually, this time it limps and it leaves a bloody trail behind. But with 1 HP, it crawls into the woods.
I like
I
to
think-
imagine I shot it in the leg that it was pretending was injured before.
We could rest and then follow that blood trail.
This
I
werewolf
would
is going to
agree
step
if it wasn't
forward.
for that thing.
I think
Fair.
now in unison, both Cotton and Kimisabe turn to look at the rest of the group to out loud yell, "What the fuck?" Like, we had it defused.
Diffused ain't good enough.
Okay, in my defense, Jimmy let an arrow fly, and I had already hit that thing once with the ball, so I really wanted to do it again. And then I really
now
hit
we're
it.
here.
I
we can
really hit it.
We can talk about it more after we unfuck the turkey. All right.
Silence, you
Buddy.
fools, as the creature will attack you.
Hey, how's it going?
We're not unfucking anything. We're going to completion.
I'm glad you understand that metaphor at least. Thank you, Jimmy.
Yep. It's going to first use its, the staff itself to roll. There we go. 16 to hit. That plus 5, sorry. Wait, that's not right. I rolled a
Yeah, that's
25.
a D25, and they have disadvantage because of dodging.
You're right.
I make a good door.
There we go. A 9 to hit you.
Nope.
Second attack. They're going to bite you. With a 20 to hit.
Yeah, that'll do it. Poor Kimasabe. Kimasabe only has 15 AC.
Oof. They first use their staff, they swing it down to actually control your movement of dodging, and then wrangling in to bite into your arm. Let me see here. They take... Okay. Let's see here. There we go. You take only 3 points of damage, but I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. A part of me really wants him to fail this, because it would be funny to have a bear and a lycanthrope.
You could also become a werebear.
Oh, yes! But I should actually roll.
God. The bear gets bitten by a werewolf and becomes part human.
I would let you willingly throw if you allow them to throw you somewhere.
The bear wolf.
I think with how
Boo.
terrible my dice rolls normally go, I'm just going to leave it up to chance.
Okay.
14.
Sad. DC's 12.
Damn it. Alright, let's keep going.
Okay.
He's
Let
proud of
fate
that joke
decide.
as a gold bear and a big sign.
Let's see here. Yep, that'll be it. That will end their turn.
Mm.
Next up, Twig.
Mm. Okay. So this thing's attacking our friends now.
Yeah, it is. And from a certain eye, it might even be considered unprovoked. Not in my eye, bud.
Oh, we can't have that.
I fucking destroyed that direwolf.
Indeed.
Yes, you did, Jimmy. Or Tony, sorry. Jimmy, you also helped in destroying the direwolf, but your own
I
Jimmy
did not
way.
hit the direwolf once.
I know. I know.
Oh,
Aided in this
baby.
violence, but in a
Tony
different way.
Bowser.
I believe hand crossbow's 30-120 or 30-60, so you should still be able to hit.
Yeah, you're fine.
Nah, I just keep looking because I want to do my vault attack, but no one's ever close enough.
You can move and then bolt.
10, 15, 20. Huh. Okay. Sure, why not? I want to make it fun. I'm probably going to miss the attack anyway. And she's going to go over here. And then she's going to vault to here. Taking one attack on this guy in the meantime.
Yes, you run over and you go over, you jump onto the tree, and as you're running, you just woof, you flip over the werewolf in midair. You pull out your hand crossbow, you shoot at it. Roll your attack.
Do you want me to use the crossbow or the short sword?
Whatever you want, you could do either or.
Okay. But I mean, would the crossbow be with disadvantage because of
Nope.
the? No?
Bolt
Okay.
does not give you a disadvantage on your ranged attack.
All right, that's all I need to know. Does the 6 hit?
6 does not hit.
Yeah, like I said, I knew I was gonna miss. But,
You were
know, I
cool,
wanted-
but then you shoot this, and the werewolf's like substitution jutsu, and you hit the log instead.
She's slip. Damn, she's slippery as a one-eyed snake.
Hush.
Alright. With the end of your turn, because of time, the werewolf is going to take a legendary action. As they're going to look at you all and say, you have
Power word. Go fuck yourselves.
you have slaughtered my pack. I will return and I will hunt you next. Be prepared. You will be my prey. As she's going to cast Dimension Door, and in a purplish poof of smoke, she disappears.
A poof
The
of
bear
smoke.
cast counterspell.
I was actually thinking of this.
If one of you guys are an arcade ranger and you counterspell, they'll say, alright, I give up and surrender.
I was actually thinking of this. With my final
couldn't-
bonus action, I cast fog powder where it was standing, so it disappears in a big poof.
Smoke. There you go.
Yeah.
Even if we took counterspell, we couldn't because it would require 9.
Yes, sadly.
So now I believe that
I'd
means
cry
that
every time.
But if you leveled up once, you could. Which you guys do
Ooh.
get to level up all the way to 7.
Hell
everyone is now blind.
So, recapping it real quick, apologies for ending it. I'm sure you guys would have been fine. They were weaker than a normal werewolf anyways. I wasn't going to be super mean to you guys.
We could have won. We could have won. We could have won.
Probably not. We probably couldn't have.
No, you guys
mean-
probably could have.
Cotton still has 34 HP. Kimosabe still has 15. It's not that bad.
I had exactly 1d8 more of damage that I could do to that werewolf.
I will say the bear had more HP than the werewolf.
Yeah, we could have
That's
done it.
hilarious. Alright.
But, I don't know, now they can be a future enemy for later
Yeah.
stuff, which will be fun.
Recurring.
A future chance to bite Kimosabe. Let's go.
Yes,
Sorry, now go on.
we're just gonna say, like, thank you guys for playing. Sorry we cut things short, but also I want to hear guys' thoughts on Ranger.
I will write my stuff down because I know you gotta go.
Yes.
I have no notes. I think Hunter's pretty great. I think
Also
if
gotta
you want to
pee, I'll
play
be right
a
back.
more like a fightery ranger,
Mhm.
with the ability to just do like a lot of raw damage, it's pretty great.
Mhm.
The 2d6 is is nice for the hunter's mark. The hunter's mark moving to another enemy after slaying the target is really nice. Thanks, Kevin, for reminding me of that. And the free hunter's mark at the beginning of combat is also extremely pleasant because it means that you don't have to use a bonus action. Well, you do have to use a bonus action, but you have to use a focus point on hunter's mark or a spell slot on hunter's mark to put it on a target to just do optimum damage.
Yep.
Which has kind of been the recurrent problem with Ranger, is it's just not doing optimum damage compared to something like a raw fighter.
But now you can. Let's go. I have improved
With the power
it.
of Flex Seal, you can one by one single-handedly kill the entire enemy front line from far away.
I'm doing my best.
I do have a few minutes. I just know we need to end it, so I do have like 10 minutes to wrap stuff up and do an outro. I just want to make sure we do an outro, so you guys can feel free to share thoughts, Titan, and everything.
That was it.
Yeah.
I got a quick question for you.
Yeah.
Considering there's like magic initiate and fighting initiate and stuff for feats.
Yeah.
Can I do like a focus initiate? I get 2 extra focus points and 1 extra focus or talent.
So yeah, there's the meta magic one that gives you 2. I would be down for that. That's actually a cool custom feat we could have made for Ranger, where you get 2 more things and you get 1 more talent. Or maybe you should get a little more than 2. Let's think about it. Because
Up to
maybe
you.
4, because how sorcery points work versus talent points, you're supposed to get 2 per level. So let's get 4. You get 4 whole points. And 1 talent of your choice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hell yeah.
Quar?
Speaking of, next time you guys are going to level up your characters, you guys can pick a common magic item. Just pick one of whatever. You can guys give your character +1 weapon or whatever else you want.
+1 longbow. +1 longbow.
Normal healing potion. Normal healing potion.
Honestly, it's looking pretty good right about now.
If you take healing potions, you can have 2.
We literally
Honestly-
have the ability to heal with 2 points.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you take healing potions, you can take a greater one, I'll say. Any common things? Maybe possibly also an uncommon, just depending on what it is. I just say, think power-wise. Power similar to like a +1 weapon kind of thing.
That's fair.
You know? Whatever you think is cool there.
Power word.
But yeah.
Crunch.
Any other thoughts? Any additions? Changes? Just stuff?
No, not really.
Cool.
At least not on my end.
Yeah, not the one I played was wonderful. I liked that.
Yay! One thing I did also want to point out when you're talking about like multi-classing, the first one I ever thought of was rogues, because as soon as level 1, you can now spend your 4 focus points you get at level 1 to give yourself advantage, which will allow rogues to just sneak attack by themselves 4 separate times.
Same with like crit farming for paladins.
But anyhow, glad you guys like it. People out in the world, I hope you try it. And then write some comments down. Tell me how it went. Would love to hear about things and how I could improve and change stuff. This is in the middle of playtesting. I finished writing all of this 2 days ago. There's a lot to improve on. One thing I would like to note, please hate the idea and not the people. If you have a problem with idea.
scathing reviews of my playstyle.
Oh no, yeah, absolutely. I want an individual comment from each viewer on each of the players. What you think of their playstyle, what you think of their build, what you think they could have done better.
I
Like
want a
full-
thesis and a hook, motherfuckers.
Yeah,
I want an essay.
I want you to cite your sources at the bottom. I
And-
need
I wasn't gonna
ELA
be rude and
format.
include other people, but
And you have to tell us how we're wrong and how you can make it better.
Yeah, absolutely. Each one individual comments, by the way. I want
Yes.
like 12 per person.
You don't
Works cited
break the
page,
game
13
yourself.
per
You
person.
do it with friends.
You don't have to subscribe or anything, but if you do like this content, I just really ask you share it out. Just give it to people. Let them enjoy it as well. If you
Though
want to
subscribing
subscribe,
might be a good
yay.
idea because we do intend to keep making new stuff.
Correct. If you want this content, you like it, go ahead and subscribe. Go ahead and do whatever else. Comment, view, ring the bell. What's the other nonsense that happens?
I think.
Liking. There's no link in the description, but that's a common thing people say.
Let's put a link in the description.
We're also
Go to a
we have
SoundCloud page.
Titan has a Discord. The two of us are doing YouTube channels. He has a place. I might make my own in a bit or some point in time. There is the entire class that is actually posted there, so that might get opened up to the public for people. I don't know. That's up to him.
We're gonna be working on rewriting everything so that it's like nice and smooth and pretty.
Yes. I do also plan to try to put this out on the wiki or something, so where it's that proper format, so when you click on the subclasses and all of that other thing, everything shows up nicely, you know? You have the nice chart that shows everything and all the bonuses and whatnot. So it's nice and easy on you guys. This is first draft. But yeah. I hope you guys had fun.
Lots of fun.
Yeah.
I had fun.
Nice.
I put
I
a
can't wait to hunt
baseball
down and
through a
kill
dire
one.
wolf's head.
Werewolf.
And yeah.
I got torn apart by wolves.
I'm
If you're
sorry,
lucky, you'll
Twig.
get torn apart by bear next.
Yeah.
If you're lucky 3 times in a row, you'll be torn apart by a werebear, a bear wolf, a bear ghost, even.
We can't kill Kemosabe, he's too important.
With that, I thank you all. Fare thee well. Have fun and stay comfy until we meet again. Bye.
Goodbye.